units is actually the perennial insecurity in the country. For instance, we couldn't deploy early enough to allow in Shiroro local government area of Niger State bandits launched an attack, not necessarily on INEC officials, but in the area. So on the advice of the security agencies, we tarried a while. But I'm happy to say that we were able to deploy to allow, and voting in that location is ongoing as we speak. Similarly, in Oshimili local government area of Delta State, thugs attacked a polling unit and 2 beavers machines were lost in the process. But again, determined that election must continue, we were able to replace the stolen beavers machines, reinforce security, and voting continued in that location. Similarly, in Sapana local government area of Katsina State, thugs attacked one of our voting locations and snatched 6 beavers machines. But again, we were able to recover and use the spare beavers machines and reinforce security for voting to continue in that location. Happily, the security agencies have recovered 3 of the beavers machines, but 3 are still held by the thugs. So in these locations, the target of attack was actually the beavers machines. No longer our ballot papers or ballot boxes is the beavers machines. But in the 2 instances, Nigerians may recall that for the first time, we designed a portal and encouraged all political parties, as required by law, to nominate their polling agents. They never interacted with INEC face-to-face. And we harvested over 1.5 million nominations from political parties for agents at polling units level alone, and over 68,000 for collation at ward level, local government level, and the states, and 27 collation agents for the national collation as nominated by the 18 political parties. And we printed those cards and delivered them in the main to the states, where they were collected by the state chairmen of political parties. But not all the parties nominated agents for all the polling units. So we did what we are supposed to do. And if there are issues, then definitely these issues will not be from the commission. But we also realized, and that is why we created the portal, that parties would like to issue agents their own tags bearing only the logos of the party and the word agent written across. In this case, anybody can claim to be the agent of any political party at any level, resulting in some instances commotion during collation, where 2 or more agents will claim to represent a political party. And that's why we created the portal, where they uploaded the names of the agents and the description of where they are going to serve as agents, as well as their photographs. And these cards were laminated and delivered to the states. One of the parties drew my attention to a letter. They said in one of the states, they were given a letter by INEC in the absence of the accreditation tag. But our officials at the polling unit level did not recognize those agents because they were not bearing the INEC accredited cards. I requested that gentleman to share a copy of that letter with me. He shared a copy of that letter, and it was clearly issued by his party, not by INEC. And when I drew his attention to it, he immediately deleted the message. So this is the clarification on the issue of agents. And I would still like to advise political parties that as we go into the concluding phase of this election, particularly when we go into collation of results, the Commission will insist that only INEC accredited collation agents will be admitted into the collation centers. Finally, there was an issue raised by some of the political parties, particularly at the polling unit level this morning. They said that in some instances, the logos of the political parties were on the ballot papers, but the acronyms of the political parties were not on the result sheets. I need to provide this important clarification. The process of producing the result sheets is more complicated than the production of the ballot paper. For result sheets at polling unit level, they are polling unit specific, and they are in several carbonized copies that the Commission will retain the top copies, the first two top copies, and then give each polling agent at polling unit level a copy, and one copy goes to the police. The process of producing the result sheet is a lot more complicated than the production of the ballot papers. So what we did on the result sheets was to provide 2 additional blank rows. And the purpose of these 2 additional blank rows is to accommodate any political party that we may be compelled to accommodate on the ballot paper by 11th hour judicial pronouncement. So those 2 additional rows are supposed to take care of that eventuality. So where you have a party on the ballot, but the logo is not on any of the result sheets, this can actually be added to the result sheets, for which rows have been provided accordingly. And the presiding officers and the collation agents are authorized to accept and certify and stamp the insertion of political parties where this situation arises. There are also unfolding situations in Abia and Imo states. In Abia, deployment is taking place late to the polling units. The Commission is aware, but we are assuring voters in Abia State that no matter how late we deploy to the polling units, if voters are on the queue before 2:30, they will vote no matter how long it takes. So we are aware of the situation in Abia State. We are also aware of the situation in Imo State. Generally speaking, but specifically in respect of 4 local government areas: Okigwe, Uguta, Osu, and Olu local government areas. In the whole of Osu, we had issues in all the 11 wards. In the case of Olu, it's 6 wards out of 11. In the case of Okigwe, it's 5 wards out of 11. And in the case of Oguta, it's more widespread. I had a discussion with the Inspector General of Police this morning, as well as the military, and our officials have been escorted to all the 4 locations. I take it that voting would have commenced in some of these difficult places, but if it doesn't, then I want to assure voters in those locations that election will hold and they will not be disenfranchised. We are going to be making this briefing to Nigerians intermittent throughout the day. So we'll go and review the situation further. I hope in the next, what's the time now, Festus? Almost 1:30. Should we say 4:30? 4:30 will be here to provide Nigerians further updates. But this briefing is also supposed to be interactive. Yes, we may be journalists, but we are above all Nigerians. There are things you might have heard, things that we might have seen, reports that we might have read that you wish to draw our attention to. In our situation room, we have several platforms. That is what is called the INEC Citizens Contact Center, ICCC, where Nigerians using different platforms also relate with the commission, report situations, and we have been responding. But you'll understand that we are in the middle of an election. So if there are 1 or 2 questions or observations or suggestions, I would like to listen to them and respond to the questions before we go back to the situation room. Thank you very much.
Please, if you have any question, quickly indicate. By raising up your hand, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chinaza Samuel. I report for Arise Television. Sir, my question is regarding polling units, especially the ones that were reassigned. We've received reports that some persons are having a hard time locating their polling units. I want to know what the commission is doing to address it, especially because, Chairman, sir, yesterday you assured Nigerians that no one will be disenfranchised. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Mia Ogidi of NTA. You have acknowledged that polling distribution of materials arrived late in some polling units. And that is not a fault of the electorate. And their time has been taken off. Are you considering extending the time beyond 2:30? And secondly, we just got a report that Boko Haram terrorists launched an attack in Goza in Borno State, and some of your personnel were injured, including the electorate. Have you received any information and any action has been taken? And secondly, one of the vice presidential candidates and the governor of a state went to their polling unit in Borno State. As of 11 o'clock, your men were not on ground. So are you taking action regarding some of these issues? And AFAB Estate at Apo, as of 11:30, no materials. The same thing in Federal Housing Estates in Lube. Can you please respond to some of them or all? Thank you.
Okay, I crave your indulgence to respond to these issues quickly so that we go back to our situation room. The next briefing will be at 4:30. So let me start with Arise TV, the difficulty locating polling units. That is why before the election, we embarked on a campaign encouraging citizens to identify their polling units. We have 6.7 million citizens in that respect, and quite a number of them have done so. I actually expected that the complaint that we are going to receive from people who could not locate their polling units will be louder than that. We tried to solve a 25-year-old problem in the history of Nigeria by expanding voter access to polling units, which we successfully did in 2021. Before then, the delimitation of polling units was the one done by the old NECON, not INEC, in 1996. Doing so means redistributing some voters to polling units. The law empowers the commission to create polling units and to allot voters to them. There is population increase, movement of people up and down the country, and so we did so. But what we did in the main was to redistribute voters from congested polling units in proximate or same location. In other words, voters were not in the main taken out of the locations where they have voted consistently since 1999. So what did we do? We published the entire list of the redistributed voters and shared with our state offices. We worked with the mobile telecom network operators in Nigeria and sent bulk text messages to the affected Nigerians. We encourage our state offices to engage in publicity in the local languages. And then we came up with two simple ways by which citizens could locate their polling units ahead of election day. One of which was our website. But the other one, which is simpler, is we provided 2 telephone numbers to which you can send a simple text message indicating your state, your surname, and the last 6 digits of your voter identification number, and you will receive a message telling you that this is your polling unit. We appreciate that not all Nigerians have smartphones or access to the internet, and that's where when we send the list to the states, we ask them to engage with those voters that we may have redistributed to some of the polling units and also engage in publicity in the local language. So these are some of the steps that we took. In fact, very interestingly, a friend of mine was very angry. We moved the person from one polling unit in Abuja to another polling unit. And he sent me a message to say that the commission has no powers under the law to do so. After all, how can you move me to a polling unit without my consent? Well, I quoted the section of the law. And I called him. I said, why are you so angry? He said, no, I'm not angry. I said, please read the message carefully. We said you have been moved from a congested to a more convenient polling unit in the same premises. So in other words, you even don't have to walk long distance. Then he looked at the message and said, sorry, actually, I didn't read the message. I thought you moved me to another town. So, but we have been to school, we should be able to read, and understand messages. So if there are Nigerians who are unfortunately still unable to locate their polling units, I apologize on behalf of the commission, but voting has not ended. You can still send text message to the numbers that we have provided there on our social media platforms. They are also on the hard copies of the information we shared here early this week on the number of PVCs collected. And you in the media can help us before voting ends for people to know how they can locate their polling units and to vote on election day. Our intention was never to disenfranchise Nigerians, but to make it more convenient for Nigerians to vote easily. Unfortunately, some of the polling units are still congested, because when we contacted some Nigerians, they preferred to be left in the congested polling units, some for security considerations, that we feel more secure while we have been voting, even if the units are congested, than taking us to a less populated polling unit, which may be some distance away from our comfort zones. So these are the steps that we have taken, and this is the rationale for voter redistribution. Mia Ogidi, I have answered your question partially in my opening statement. I said that no Nigerian will be disenfranchised. Yes, we opened the polling units late, and we admitted that in some cases the polling units were opened late. But the system has an automatic mechanism for recovering lost time. We don't start 8:30 and close 2:30 on the dot. If we start later than 8:30, whoever is on the queue before 2:30 will vote, no matter how long it takes. So no Nigerian will be disenfranchised on that score, provided that person is at the polling unit before 2:30. You talked about one of the vice presidential candidates unable to vote in Maiduguri Metropolitan Council. We are following and tracking the challenges we have in two locations in Borno State, the Maiduguri Metropolitan Council and Jeri. So we are tracking that. Voting hasn't ended. We are sure we'll overcome whatever challenges, and every Nigerian will have the opportunity to vote. Then finally, you talked about the attack on some of our officials in Goza. We are tracking that one as well. There are some, should I say, bandits or some insurgents that were firing from the mountaintop in Goza, just firing at random. That was what we were tracking before we had to come to brief you. So we'll continue to track. At 4:30, we should be in a position to give further update on that. I thank you very much. The work continues. See you at 4:30.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Please, we'll all gather again here at 4:30 for the next round of update from the Commission. Thank you.
Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, the briefing there at the National Collation Center at the ICC in Abuja, he spoke about a number of things. A few of them were some of the issues being experienced earlier today in some of the polling units across the country. He talked about the functioning of the BVAS, which he referred to as optimal, said that voting was going on nationwide. He spoke about a few reports that had come in from some states, some of the challenges, which included the late opening of the polling units, some logistic problems. He also spoke about a few of the perennial delays, which was experienced, security issues in areas like Shiroro local government area. And also another place in Delta was Shimili, where he said 2 BVAS were lost, but then spare machines were used in those areas, and a few of them have already kick-started voting. He also talked about the issue of political parties and identification, where he spoke on a portal that was created for agents and the description, to their tasks to sort of simplify that, because I believe he mentioned some of the nominations for political parties was around 5 million. And then he spoke to
Mr. Talking about the polling agents.
Yes, polling
because,
agents.
Because, there are so many contestants, National Assembly elections, State Assembly elections, governorship elections. I think that's the collage of all of those agents.
Indeed. But then, the portal sort of simplifies who is an agent, who is what. But then he did say that only INEC accredited, agents will be admitted to the collation centers. He also spoke on the unfolding situation in Abia specifically, and also Imo State. But then I think there he clarified what was happening in Imo, talking about Olu, Osu, Oguta, Okigwe, saying that, voters who are on the queue before 2:30 will definitely be allowed to vote, which, reminds me of the questions that was asked if there will be an extension by one of the journalists beyond the 2:30 p.m. time.
It was a question we also raised here this morning.
Incidentally, yeah.
Incidentally,
we
so
talked about that too, that would it go beyond all of this? I guess I don't envy him at all. This is.
You said when he was talking, you said you don't envy that job.
No, I don't.
You don't even know why anyone would want to take that job.
It's not an easy thing to do. I mean, he also spoke incident about what Millicent was talking about. He also talked about the attack in Goza on INEC staff and some members of the electorate. He said, that they were firing indiscriminately from a mountaintop. Whoever it was firing from there, and that led to the situation in Goza. And of course, there was the situation you mentioned in Niger. There's a lot. I understand why we're taking all of this. I'm going to ask our guests their opinions of the, shall we say, halfway vote scorecard that the INEC team has just delivered. But just before we do that, I understand that we have yet another prominent voter, shall we say. I'm not seeing it yet. Okay, there we have. This is the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed. Here he is. Perhaps we can listen in. I believe he's exercised his franchise here at this point, and would like to know what he thinks.
As long as the elections are adjudged to be free, fair, and just. So keep that in mind. However, even to the contrary of that, we have never been the kind of people that will incite anything besides peace. But we also insist firmly on justice being done. If you think deeply, like some people often do, the withdrawal of cash from the system just before elections is more or less a statement on the entire Nigerian society that if the government does not withdraw cash, you're likely to sell your votes. That is most unfortunate. And let us see an election that took place without cash. Let us compare it to those that held with cash. If it's a simple matter of traveling around, people have always been able to travel around with or without that level of cash that you have seen.
Well, we also have the governor of Ogun State also performing his civic duty right there in Ogun State. Location, I don't know what his own experience is. I guess we'll be able to hear that as well somewhere in.
Yeah, he was standing. He's standing. He's joining. He's on a queue here. Oh. He's joined the queue here. And we didn't see, we are not seeing some of the less than totally organized situations that we saw earlier on.
But I think with the dignitaries, you have a lot of people,
yes, going along with them, waiting for them, and wanting to follow them to and fro, in spite of the fact that this is against all the regulations that we have spent time repeating over and over and over again. But this is Prince Takwa Abiodun. I wonder if he said anything.
I just exercised my franchise in full public play. And I believe that the exercise itself, from all that I have been told so far, appears to be going well enough. There were a few hitches early this morning, which centered around the issue of agents identification tax. I'm told that INEC did not provide enough cards for agents to identify themselves as they presented themselves to the various communities. I'm yet to confirm what caused that. I'm not sure whether this applies to all parties. In our party, agents have complained that they were short quite a few agents, but I believe that some arrangements as we work voting has started. The voter turnout here is impressive, which is very exciting. And everything seems to go as a life.
Thanks for staying tuned there, Ogun State Governor Dakwa Abiodun, giving his impressions about this voting exercise following his successful attempt to exercise his franchise. Now, let's go to Olu Phillips, our correspondent, who is somewhere in Lagos, in the suburb, I believe, of Okota. Olu, you've been traversing that area for much of the day. What can you tell us? What's the status report at this point? Olu, we're unable to hear you. I wonder if you're muted. Perhaps you could unmute yourself. All right. While we wait for Olu to do his thing in Okota, let's cross over to Mary Alele Yusuf, who is in another part of Lagos. Good afternoon to you, Mary. What can you tell us?
Residents are getting accredited and voting peacefully. They were off to a slow start as accreditation did not start in time. Nevertheless, they have formed neat lines, the young and even the very old. We even spied someone on crutches who is determined to cast his vote. The police presence, which we have become used to seeing as we've gone from polling unit to polling unit, is here and getting more, increasing. But for now, the process is peaceful.
All right, then. Thank you, Mary, reporting there from Ekpe, outside of Lagos Central. Lady and gentlemen, we were talking about the scorecard. All these are parts of the scorecard. But the ANEC chairman, the man in the hot seat, has been briefing. And I want to find out what our guests think of what he's said. First, let me start with the group captain who's joining us via Zoom from Kaduna. Okay, I understand he's gone to actually go vote. So
hoping that the beavers
are now working and that he's able
that's good news.
to exercise his franchise. Let me come to you, Prof. What did you make of what the ANEC chairman said? I mean, broadly speaking.
I think, in all summary, he has displayed a good sense of leadership, a good sense of control of the organization that he leads. He appears very honest to me. He identified problems where there are. He acknowledged problems where he found some. And it sounds so promising to the extent that he will not want Nigerians to worry about being prevented, in spite of all the hiccups, from performing their civic responsibilities. That is not to say it is all huru, but then in life, whatever it is, if you have an A in an exam, it's 70% or 72 after all. There must be some rooms for improvement. And the good thing about it is that he has promised us that that address will not be one-off. Right. Intermittently, he will be coming back to give us briefings, perhaps getting data of problems to solve, addressing them, feeding up back on how far he has gone. And then what's important is that we are carried along. I think it's a good sense of respect for citizens of this country. It's a good development.
Indeed, indeed. Honorable Idahosa, you are in Abuja, not too far from where the INEC chairman was doing his briefing. Perhaps you could also give us a sense of your view, particularly about what he said about the engagement process, the areas where citizens can report, what kind of problems they're having and so on. That's very important, what he said about that. So instead of going on to social media to scream, you can actually let those who can do something about it know in the time that is left to do something about it. That's on one hand. And the issue of the party agents, because now we are getting to the point where voting will conclude and then we are going to start collation. And that the issue with identifying who is a legitimate a party agent who can witness collation. Those 2 points.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to say that with the developments in terms of citizens' complaint and the response mechanism put in place by the Commission, we seem to have witnessed very huge modernization of the electoral process. And this is very commendable. Not only has the Commission deployed what has now been adjudged as a very fast technology in terms of accreditation, but it is also providing a modern method of reporting complaints and engaging citizens over a critical civic responsibility. And we want to commend the Commission for this. The other point is whether or not parties complain about agents and so on is also likely to be traced to whether or not the parties delivered on the platform the portal set up for entry into the agents list, because I'm aware that this time around, the portal was set up and the Commission gave the parties the responsibility to enter their agents list into the portal together with 2 passport photographs to enable the Commission prepare an identification which qualifies the agent to be the one to sign all electoral forms, including result declaration forms, and being present at collation centers. So for those parties that have complied, I believe and expect that the Commission has also done the needful. Now, if there is any confusion with respect to these, I still think that there is opportunity to rectify that, because the Commission has offices in 36 states of the Federation, including Abuja. And in addition, they also have offices in all the local government headquarters, except where there has been tremendous insecurity or where the such office has been shut down. So I think it's an issue that can be quickly redressed as long as the name of the agent is on the official portal of the INEC. I don't see a big deal in that matter.
But sometimes, one of the questions a number of people might be wondering is whether or not the political parties themselves were significantly ready for this whole process. I mean, what would you make of, what are the chances? In fact, one of the questions I wanted to ask you earlier, yes, my own question came back. I wanted to ask you earlier was, in terms of not just readiness for the entire process, what are the challenges that you think might crop up on this day, which INEC may or may not be aware of, but party agents and all, the citizens themselves, the INEC officials on site, that Nigerians should be aware of and get ahead of before it happens?
Honorable Idahosa, that's for you. I don't know if you caught the question.
Got part of it, but I didn't get the last element of it.
Okay, well, the question I was asking was, what are some of the challenges that you think we should get ahead of? Yes, elections have started. In some places, some people have voted and gone back home. But for the voters, for polling agents, for the citizens, to the electorates, what are some of the issues that might crop up that we may or may not be aware of now and get ahead of?
Well, the first problem there has been addressed by the Commission. The question of security of beavers. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, please go on. Go on, please.
Okay. The question of security of beavers, I think INEC's response has been excellent. Very wonderful reaction to have a spare duplicates of such machines ready to go on wherever they have been stolen. So you can see that the political system has still not been able to prepare itself for a smooth election. You see people still willing to steal equipments just to frustrate the electoral system wherever they think that they are not strong enough. But INEC's response has been apt and extremely on point in the circumstances. That's why. The other question will be, how prepared are they in terms of making arrangement with the security community to prevent the attempt to destroy critical documents, such as the Form EC8 series and the Form 40 series of INEC. That's another area where some elements still don't believe that there is the need to respect the sanctity of elections and still go to try to attack voting centers to destroy those results in the hope that the outcome of those results are not recorded for one reason or the other. Then the third element will be the question of party agents. How ready are the political parties themselves to ensure that the agents that they send there are credible enough, educated enough, enlightened enough to support the electoral process and not just to be there to make noise, distort information, and manipulate the situation, either for want of inefficiency or in an attempt to frustrate a system where their parties seem to be lagging behind. I think these are quick elements that often will accompany the electoral system. But I'm happy that INEC has dealt with the most important one, beavers, because beavers seem to have, the machine itself seems to have turned out to be primary evidence of the result of accreditation.
Honorable
and that's
Dahosa,
key in determining whether there has been overvoting or whether there has been a cancellation of certain votes and the number of votes that have also been spoiled. This key information can all be retrieved from the number of accredited voters. So it's a key machine. It must be held and protected with all the energy that security agents can muster.
Indeed. It's also interesting to know that the INEC chairman did also say that it appeared the beavers machines were the target in some of those places where security appeared to be a challenge. But we are still taking a lot of your thoughts, your reports on what's happening in your area as you vote today. Let's quickly go over to Okota, I believe, where our correspondent Olu Phillips has the latest.
Hi, Millicent. This is what it is. I mean, we've been traversing this area between Okota, Isolo, Amuo, Festac, Ajawa State, and something seemed to be a common denominator. Most of the INEC officials didn't arrive on time, most of them around 10, all of them around 11 a.m., and casting a lot of doubts on the hearts of the people as to when they will have to do their accreditation, and now dovetailing to voting, which should end officially by 2:30, except there's an extension which INEC chairman can grant. I mean, one of the words around Ward 013, around Ali Dada area, and some of the people I spoke to earlier had the same complaint, and I'd just like to speak to one of them to tell us the experience she had when she came in. So can you tell us what was it when you actually came in? And you can see that up till now, we don't have enough people who have voted. Tell us, and you got to be audible a little.
I hope everybody's having a free and fair election, first of all. I live around here, and we were advised to come days prior our election day to today, come and check if our names are here. Mind you, I came here twice, and I didn't see any name pasted. But in front of my house, there is something pasted there. I got here as at 9, and when I got here as at 9, they were probably still setting up, only for me to hear that they did not have ink. So they had to go and get ink. And mind you, they have BRVs. You know, they had 2 BRVs. One have like, I think 750 names, the other has the same amount of names. And if your name is not in this, it's not in the other one. There was a pregnant woman here who had to wait for a long time, and they're being a little bit rude. Like, this is our rights. We're supposed to exercise this right. You talk to us kindly. Because everybody wants a better Nigeria. That's the aim of everything. Don't shout at people, say, oh, go and look for another place, go and look for another place, go and go to another place. The BRVs, they came with the BRVs, and BRVs were not fully charged. We are the ones helping them charge their BRVs. It's not fair. And it's happening in all the places where they know that Igbo people are living. Because of the presidential candidate they feel like they have, that's why they're doing it.
Okay, so this technical hitches and some of the hitches that have to do with late arrival of materials, late arrival of officials. Do you see a situation where, do you have any suspicions?
Of course. Nigeria's politics is not a very game, you know. Of course, they would think some certain way, because the people that live in Agbo Palace and Mubodok, you know, all these places are Igbo people. So they feel like, oh, okay, because we're Igbo, we're going to, you know, vote for the Igbo presidential candidate. Of course, I don't think it's fair, because tell me why before I woke up this morning, I checked the train. People were saying that, oh, it took them 5 minutes, 30 minutes. I have been here since 9 a.m. and I'm still here since 9 a.m. and I haven't done anything. It's not fair. It's not fair.
So Millicent, this is just a tip of the iceberg of some of the things that we've had to encounter across the street. There's another street across the street called Mukandasa Street, and I've gotten calls from people saying we have not even started because INEC officials have not even arrived. That's the situation, and we are hoping that something will help ameliorate this situation, actually exercise the franchise, and be sure that their votes will count. Because we see a number of people who are even voting for the first time, and this is not the kind of experience they want to have. INEC had all the years to prepare, and hopefully those preparations will come to play on a day like this.
That's very, very
and we
interesting.
also hear about disruptions around Ikate, Aguda, and all over the places. We also had disruptions in Okot, in Oshodi, and all of that. I mean, these are places where some emergencies should be deployed and make sure that we have some kind of sanity and sanctity in this 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. It's back to you, Millicent.
Thank you, Olu Phillips, there with the latest. But let's see if we can, take a look at those disruptions we understand happened earlier in Elegushi area. All of the people appear to be taking pictures, so nothing happening there as at the time this visual came in. Eyewitnesses sent in this, and these are some of your pictures that we're getting. Also disruption in Ikate area as well. Security appears to be on ground in Aguda, I believe this is. They took over after a number of people were seen trying to scuttle the process.
Of Nigeria. Correct.
All right. So not what we expect to see, but then again, we had talked about the role of security agents in all of this. If there have been disruptions, then of course they have to step in to prevent a breakdown of law and order. But one will be asking and wondering what then happens to the voting process. Does it resume and so on? These are questions we expect we'll get answers to. Shortly, but let's go from there to Edo State. This time where Governor Godwin Obaseki, he's not on the ballot for this election, but of course he is voting. So let's hear what his impressions have been of the process so far.
You followed elections, that's always been a trend. During my election, for instance, in 2020, all hell was predicted, but we had very peaceful and calm elections in Edo State. Our people are very enlightened and they know what to do, and we're not violent people. So, except for a few incidents of I'll say almost first-time young voters, otherwise, people who have traditionally voted know what to do. And welcome. Technology has improved since 2020. So in 2 years, you can see the amount of improvements that have been made using technology to enhance the electoral system. Technology is the way, technology is the future. I hope by the next time we're coming for our general elections, we may not even have to come here. We can just vote directly from our homes or from centers. I don't know about acceptance yet. Let us see how the whole process goes. and we heard reports of violence from a few centers. Let's see how those situations are managed before we make any conclusive statements.
Just a little funny when the governor when they were trying to identify him with the beavers. He just now said, okay, next time we may not even have to come out. You can do it from the comfort of your home. So I'm just trying to imagine a selfie just to
recognize yourself. So many people have pointed that out, really.
Okay, well, from there, let's go to Kaduna State, where the governor of Kaduna has also performed his own civic duty of voting in this election. Let's see what's new.
In Kaduna State so far, up to the time I came here, everything has been going on smoothly. There have only been 3 incidents. Last night, a rice mill was attacked by people suspected to be PDP thugs. The police is investigating. This morning, we got reports of 1 incident in southern Kaduna where beavers' ballot boxes were snatched, and in Soba where there was another incident of 2 ballot boxes being snatched. Of course, these are no incidents at all, because whether you snatch ballot boxes or beavers or not, these days it doesn't matter. The technology has gone beyond the primitive rigging system that the political actors are used to. So I must commend INEC for these improvements. So far, everything appears orderly across the state. All the reports we are getting are positive. My only concern is low voter turnout. People are not coming out. What I want is the opportunity to appeal to everyone to please come out. You have once in 4 years opportunity to pick your leaders, and you should take it seriously. It is the leaders that you select today that will run the affairs of your state and in your country for the next 4 years. So please don't stay at home, come out and vote. And remember, any time you don't come out to vote, you are giving the opposition or the other party that you don't like 2 more votes, because your vote will reduce the gap by 1. But if you don't come out, you are giving them by default 2 more votes. So please come out and vote. Polling units are open until 2:30.
The Kaduna State Governor on his experience voting earlier today. And we just have about 30 or maybe 40 minutes to 2:30. So, crunch time to, those final moments.
2:30, it's 29 minutes.
29 minutes.
Just say.
Being specific. That's okay.
That makes it even more urgent.
We earlier heard from the INEC chairman about the unfolding situations in Imo and Abia. Well, let's go to Imo State, where the governor had earlier voted his experience with voting there.
Very good process. I came within 2-3 minutes. I've gone through the accreditation. I've collected my ballot papers. I've voted. My wife has done the same thing. I think I must commend the process. It's a lot of improvement and a departure from what we used to have to a more prudent and efficient thing. There is no perfection here on earth, only God that is perfect. So I advise our people not to be looking for faults. We should embrace change and innovations towards national development, because it has to do with logistics. I'm told that the Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers were supposed to supply vehicles, and they disappointed. So INEC is struggling. We're also helping to intervene here and there to ensure that the voting election will hold today. And I'm happy that the election have started in majority of the areas of the state.
Well, from Imo, we head over to Kano. Our correspondent, Sadiq Iliasu, brings us the latest. Hi, Sadiq.
We are here at the Malamai registration area in Konkoso Ward, Madobi local government area of Kano State, where the presidential candidate of the NNPP, New Nigerian People's Party, cast his vote. Before he cast his vote, there was a mini drama as he went to vote at a wrong polling unit. He later was directed to the right polling unit. Voting began at 9 a.m., but voters have already queued up at the registration area to cast their vote even before 8 a.m. As voting was on, a man drove with his vehicle to the election premises. Voters became suspicious and asked him to open his books. He refused, and that becomes a problem until armed security men intervene. Voting is expected to end at 2:30 p.m., but people are still on queue to cast their votes. We will remain here to keep you posted. Back to you in the studios.
Well, thank you, Sadiq. We're talking about before the INEC chairman came was when we.
Because I had to hand Prof a pen so that he wouldn't forget.
Oh, he wanted to say at the time.
We thank God he had the pen because his pause was longer than we expected.
Well, I mean, it's perhaps even more interesting now to talk about these things because then we hadn't heard reports of ballot snatching, beaver snatching. How does that even sound in the ears, beaver snatching? You know, so, and those are things done by the electorate, irrespective of what the interests are. So would your impression then, before these reports came, and now that the reports have come, are they the same?
Well, I think they are the same, practically. I did not expect us to have an absolutely smooth election like that. I mean, you could feel the polity. There have been agitations, counter-agitations, a lot around the country. And in as much as people hope that election will give them the opportunity to change the situation, there must be a few in any typical society who will not agree with that conventional way of doing things. That's why you have the word deviance for people. So I'm really not surprised. I know we're going to have it good, but I'm not surprised that we have the abnormal behaviors here and there.
Well, you know, the reason I asked you the question, perhaps a little more because you are in the political science space.
Yes, please.
And I've often wondered the level of political education of the electorate, not just as a voter. You know, you will talk about voter education, but political education. I think we talked about the JD. You laughed the other day. We talked about the job description for which we are voting, for whom people are voting. So perhaps that would have, you know, helped to understand what the issues are. From that respect, or from that perspective, again, talking about the voter, as Millicent pointed out, we have less than about 25 minutes now, when officially, you know,
the process is supposed to be over.
The voting process will
part of
end.
it.
Yes.
What are the things the electorate may have missed that will certainly have an impact on the results of the elections?
Well, that's a very tricky one. What are the things that they might have missed? That
well, some
impact
are still on the queues now.
And so maybe the opportunity is still there for.
Well, there are two ways of looking at this. If you go by what the INEC chairman said, we have an assurance that once you are in and right in the queue before 2:30, you will be allowed to cast your vote. But that's a bit problematic also. Supposing you can't make it back by 2:30, by no fault of yours, what happens? I think that will play a lot of role, because if you keep human beings on the queue who are supposed to start an exercise by 8:30 or 7:30, and then by 2:30 they don't see anybody. They are human. Hunger, people have to take drugs, some are, you know, there could be 1,000,001 things that will take them away. So if this is not taken into consideration, we could have a way of missing something, as it were. Okay.
Honorable in Abuja, you know, perhaps another angle to that same question asked of Prof here, especially about this whole things. Government has responded through the security agencies and all. How significantly do you see the disruptions that have been reported so far? How significantly do you see them affecting the entire process? Now, we've only heard in pockets of areas. Thankfully, we haven't heard in a huge number of areas as previous. So how significantly do you see this affecting the entire outcome? Honorable, that's for you.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Well, I heard you. I heard you clearly.
Okay.
First, I'd like to say that the pattern of complaints is taking the same direction. The most common complaint now has been late arrival of INEC officers, and to that extent, by 12:30, some persons who were present at polling units were not able to participate in the process. I will say with the greatest sense of humility that this cannot be attributed to be faults from the voting public. And so to that extent, I think that the commission must invoke the doctrine of necessity, in my view, and allow at least a 2-hour extension exercise for this voting process. That has been established in the pockets across the country that commission reps didn't come on time. And to that extent, the voting delay suffered was not the function of the electorate, but that of the commission. So I would think that the commission will invoke the power of the doctrine of necessity, give that extension. Then the other point is, we've talked about security concerns. I thought that there was a security committee put together by the commission to work on election day security. I want to imagine that that should be improved now, because we are getting to the critical stage. Once voting is over, the real problem of safeguarding the votes and maintaining the sanctity of the votes so it can represent the will of the people begins. So this is where the security arrangements should be, top-notch and reflect a preparedness by the commission to guarantee that the will of the people is supreme. And I will expect that at 4:30, when the chairman of the commission addresses the nation, he may touch on these important points.
I must. I want to ask you, Honorable West Dahosa, as well about the other side of this, of what we're learning. You've talked about one side of it, which is the late arrival of materials and personnel in many instances, leading to the suggestion about a 2-hour extension and all of that. But how about the other side of it, which is the disruption? I mean, where they eventually arrived, people then principally targeting the beavers in particular. We saw that in one of the visuals that came out of Lagos. They didn't take away the ballot boxes or the ballots inside, even though they disrupted the process. In some of those that were identified by the INEC chairman, they took away the beavers. It was the beavers that they were after, that they wanted. So when you take away the beavers, obviously, that is to prevent people from being accredited and therefore from voting. Again, what do you make of that and the possible consequences when you talk about the sanctity and integrity of the process and the people's will?
Well, the law itself has made that quite clear. If the beavers is not available within the period specified by law to be used for accreditation, there is no alternative than for the units and the election in those units to be repeated. That's why I talked about the election committee stroke security arrangements that we have made. It's clear that the beaver is the new target, and with given the security presence that we have seen in many of the metropolitan centers, we believe that it can be replicated in the very dark spots, and I think the commission knows that. We know that there are a number of areas to expect this in Lagos. There are a number of areas to expect this in the southeast, and there are a number of areas to expect this in Kano State, and maybe a few other northern states where we have had huge levels of insecurity. So at this point, security agents should be moving in that direction, and where we already have beavers tolling and there is no immediate replacement, I think the election in the process in those areas should be halted, and a date within the next 24, a time within the next 24 hours fixed for a repeat exercise. There is no use denying the whole polling unit the chance to vote just because one or two irresponsible persons have made away with the beavers in the early part of the election. So I still see this boiling down to the Commission's willingness to respond to emergencies, the type that we have had. They've done so well so far. We expect them to continue.
Now, you are in a unique position, Honorable Idahosa, because when people look at you, of course, those of us who have known you for long know that, of course, you were a politician, you were in the National Assembly, and then, of course, now you are in the front lines of the legal profession. So, for this purpose, you are wearing both your hats. When the National Assembly put in place the Electoral Act 2022, there were some of these fairly established gaps that people knew in the process that that law was supposed to address. And we are seeing, of course, from this practical application now in the national election that perhaps, not all the gaps have actually been covered. As older gaps were being covered, newer ones were emerging, so to speak. So you're running twice as hard to remain on the same spot, as someone told me. Given that background that we're coming from, the process, are we being a bit too hard if we say that, criticism of the process is justified at this point? Because some of these things were predictable, at least going by what I'd heard you say earlier.
Yeah, you're right. You know that the law has been made. Section 148 gives INEC, I'm talking of the electoral law, the powers to release guidelines, manuals, and every such step that could assist the election. So to that extent, we can say the Assembly has done its bit. But coming to the implementation of the election agenda, the Commission plays a pivotal role, is cardinal, central to the success of it. One significant point that I want to make here is that a lot of commendation has also come to the Commission. You can listening to many of the important voters that you have shown clips of, you've heard everyone talking about, oh, we were accredited in less than 1 minute, we were accredited in less than 2 minutes, we voted in. So it means that where the system is allowed to work, there is not a problem with the technology. The rest of it is now logistics. For example, the late arrival of materials, judging from probably the nature of the network of roads that we have in this country, and then probably the type of arrangement made for cutting materials to the election centers. Even the type of vehicles that we saw, that it was still a bit embarrassing that some of those vehicles are still involved in carrying critical election materials to voting centers. They certainly need an improvement in that area. Late coming, from what we saw in their own manual, can be regarded as a dereliction of duty, where there isn't any sufficient explanation for such late coming. Ideally, by 7 o'clock to 7:30, they ought to start, the officials of the election ought to start arriving, and I expected that the movement and logistics should have been perfected. So it's not uhuru, but at the same time, we can't crucify it because we are seeing significant progress. We've seen that the election was not postponed like others. We've seen the commitment of the chairman of the commission to speak the truth to the Nigerian people with respect to his difficulties. We've seen that when there are areas where there seem to be, regrettably, profiling from what we are seeing. You see, materials are not getting to such areas on time, and we only hope that it is not deliberate. We want to believe there is logistical problems. We need to address that so as to give the public the sense that everything was done to allow voters across Nigeria, irrespective of tribe or religion, a chance to freely and fairly vote in this election.
I want to come to Professor Oswala, and this is with regards to what we've been speaking about, accessing your polling units and being able to accredit and to vote. Honorable West also spoke about the doctrine of necessity, extension of 2 hours. Do you agree with that? And I wonder if that is in the Electoral Act.
Was a question on my mind as well. Is it legal?
Is it? Yes. And does he wield that power to do that? If he addresses at 4:30, can he say that? And will that take place today? Then also the second thing is we've seen these disruptions in some of the areas, Legushi and other parts. Security said it deployed a number of people. So where were
400,000 plus police and a couple of others.
One wonders what happened.
Well, going to the first question, I think once you say something is doctrine of necessity, you are implying expressly
it doesn't exist,
that it does not exist in the law. However, maybe there is some part of the law, I'm not a lawyer, that gives INEC that discretion, especially when it becomes obvious that such discretion is needed. There could be 1,000,001 things that will prevent election, voting from starting at the right time. We're not commending such things, but we're saying they can happen. However, where they happen, the ultimate aim should be to ensure that nobody is shortchanged when it comes to performing the civic responsibility of voting. So in a bid to ensure that, you could bring in what it terms doctrine of necessity, and it will be open to the entire world. You can then defend it later. I don't say it as something abnormal. If it is necessary, it has to be done. The second one has to do with the pockets of violence that you say. It's an issue about political behavior. And when we talk about political behavior, we talk about human behavior. You hardly can explain why, except you have the power of a soothsayer. You may not be able to explain why people do certain things. For instance, why should anybody go break the Bovas machine? Is that going to increase the votes of your party? Or is that going to decrease the other one, or send some nairas to you? But again, what we must know about protest behavior, which I will categorize it as, is that when people protest against things, they temporarily lose sanity of their brain. I mean, if you have a rat in the house and you lock everywhere in your kitchen, so no food for the rat, you see the rat coming to bite off your leg. Rat is not carnivorous, but it's a protest against that. So people protest without logic, as it were. So, and there's no way I can explain the intention of those who are doing that. What we may say is for the security agents to beef up their game. As I moved from the University of Lagos to this place this morning, one impression that I had, that I still have, is that the election is not as militarized as we thought it was going to be. All along the road, I didn't see one soldier, and I didn't see any tank. I'm not a reporter, but this is necessary for us to be able to analyze the situation. It could be a strategy in a bid not to intimidate the voters. Go stay somewhere, and then when we call you, you respond.
Which is what happened in Surulere.
Which what happened in Surulere, and you could see them on ground trying to control the situation. I think generally, the human society is a complex place. Nigeria at that is a complex political environment. So we will be deceiving ourselves if we say we will expect 100% operation. Okay? Now, where the pendulum swings is where, what we should worry about. Now, as it were, if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places of about 500 places of the polling units, and we have problem in five, then we should not be sad that we're not making progress. All along, this has been a very good election. That's been stated. If you study the dimension of violence in elections so far, you have pre-election violence, you also have post, and then you have in-election violence. What the security agents should ensure now is to target those who will want to foment trouble after the election, so that they won't go on the road and waylay the vehicles that are conveying the ballot boxes and also the Bovas machine and the rest of them. I'm not into IT, but I know that when you snatch a computer instrument like the Bovas machine, you could tamper with it in such a way that may help you snag the system, as it were. I think they should be intelligent towards that.
Yeah, well, that is interesting. Yeah. It's also, I mean, we've also reported here at Channels that whatever attempts were being made to get to the back end of INEC infrastructure, technology infrastructure, is an exercise in futility because a very, very secure one, you know. But then it also raised the question. Yes, it also raised the question the other time, and let me take this to Honorable Westi Dausa. It also raised the question of, first of all, respond to that issue that
about whether it's legal.
Whether it's legal, the doctrine of necessity that you raised earlier.
Only lawyers can advise us.
INEC, according to the laws, have the powers to extend the voting time by 2 hours, as you raised earlier. Let's begin from there. Yes, that's for you, Honorable.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Well, the thing is, from the powers conferred on INEC, they've drawn up the guidelines. They have also come up with a procedure which they call manual, and they've handed that to their representatives. There is nothing which appears to talk about an extension of time in it, but there is nothing also precluding them from extending the time. They didn't say it's silent. That's why I was talking about invoking the doctrine of necessity based on the facts and circumstances that present themselves during the election of today. So I will say, by implication, they have the powers to do so because they determine what is reasonable in the circumstance as far as this election is concerned to secure the ultimate credibility of the election. Now, the other point which Professor mentioned, and which has to do with whether or not the back end is secured, is the behavioral pattern of the people who are nearly commissioned to disrupt elections in this country. And I think the reason is simply that there isn't enough deterrence. You will find that many have agitated for the creation of a special electoral tribunal to criminal behavior of persons. But over the period, that certain key persons who may back these persons seem to be stronger than national institutions have precluded justice from occurring. And so the assurance that those involved in these deviants have is that they too, by implication, are above the law. Otherwise, I do not see why people continue to dare the government, dare the laws in every election cycle and go away. No example of anyone who's suffering a jail term, who's been dealt with in accordance with the law. So that's why I believe the behavior has become repetitive. Now, given the improvements that we are making now scientifically, it's also time now to implement the legal framework which is in existence. I don't see by now why electoral offenses should not take preeminence.
But before we go there, Honorable,
they are affecting our political system.
Just a moment.
System,
yes, just one moment.
There won't be.
The issues that you just raised now about deterrence and all, doesn't it also raise the challenge of, well, something we raised with Prof as well earlier, the level of political education or a lack of it on our part? Because if people knew that this was altruistically intended to improve the nation, develop the people, they wouldn't do anything to upturn the process. What do you think?
Well, they will do it. You have to understand that there is a connection between the behavior of people and the socioeconomic environment that operates in a country. First, there is a huge level of poverty. And to that extent, people become desperate and are ready to earn a means of livelihood by any methodology. While I concede that the political parties are not doing anything in the direction of retraining and training political party members. I do not see any serious attempt in that direction to try to set a standard of morality and moral behavior for political operatives in our country, other than campaigns and slogans of winning majority votes. So there isn't that discipline amongst party followers in our country. And then for those who are non-partisan, who are commission agents to offend the law of our country, they work purely as a means of solving their stomach infrastructure. So the only way that you can deal with the vast majority of Nigerians and get them to be online is by deterrence. If you look outside right now, you see that the streets are empty. And the only reason why the streets are empty is because they do know that there are security agents there to restrain them or to probably deal with them in a manner known to law. So I believe that once the deterrence level improves and people are exemplified, named and shamed for bringing the political system to disrepute, I think that the behavior will improve and we are likely to find lesser incidents of electoral misconduct. My view.
Honorable Dahosa, there's something to be said, very, very interesting, as we wind, because we're just about, I'm trying to check my time here, about a few seconds to when the voting formally and legally is supposed to end, assuming that it began at 8:30, or in places where it began at 8:30, it should be ending just about now. And therefore, I want us to wrap up this part of the conversation, because we are going to move on to the next stage, which is taking reports from the areas where we took earlier that they had in fact started on time or thereabouts on time, and now find out what is happening in those areas. But I want to give each of you an opportunity to round up this discussion. So the voting process now, or the voting part of the process in those areas, has been concluded. What are you looking forward to in the next phase now, which everybody acknowledges is the real dangerous phase of the process? Let me start with you, Honorable Idahosa.
I once again suggest that in any area where there has been more than 1 hour loss of time, they need to extend it by 2 hours. That's fine. But with respect to protecting the sensitive areas of the election, I expect that there should be a severe security arrangement now put in place to ensure that electoral officers carrying sensitive materials are given adequate security to collect these results. Because at collection centers, a lot can happen. There will be attempts to delay collation so that collation can go into midnight or late night, where there isn't enough visibility to enable thugs and political miscreants to attack the venue. So I expect that even those who are watching out for the results, the counting of results, should be given a comfortable distance, and to ensure that the area is encircled by security men who are enough in numbers to deter misbehavior. And then to protect those who are moving these materials after collation to the next stage of collation, from the polling unit to the ward unit, and from the ward unit to the local government, and etc. Real adequate security to prevent more snatching of the beavers machine, or to prevent tampering with the Form EC8A, which contains the result and is scored by each political party and the total result declared at such polling units. I think this is critical now.
Very critical points. Professor Shola,
these are great solutions. I mean, there are great ways to look forward. What I just want to add is that there is need for communication at this point, where you can judge you're not likely to war.
When you say communication, in what regard?
Well, yeah, okay, so I'm coming. I want to see that in every constituency or area where voting will take place, there will be officers who will mount the ballot boxes and the Bovas machines, and there will be overall supervisors. The way things are going, it's like we have 5 polling units, 1 having problem. I think the supervisors should be proactive enough to move and communicate with the people. We are aware of this problem, we're on it, and we're going to take steps A, B, C, D to ensure that you are not shortchanged. If that communication is established, it's likely to assist in preventing post-voting violence. Of course, along with the solutions that have been given by Honorable right over there.
Let us say a very big thank you to Honorable Ehioge West Idahosa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, former lawmaker, who's joined us, who's been in our Abuja studios. Honorable, thank you so much for your expertise, for your experience, and for staying with us through this. You and Prof, we circumscribed your voting opportunities. Yours was not as a result of late arrival or any of those other kinds of things that we'll be discussing. It's because we kind of corralled you into the studio. So we want to thank you for your time today and for the opportunity you gave us to tap from your knowledge. Professor Kade, thank you so much as always.
This is part of national assignment.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. We as we thank our guests and wish them well, we of course we are likely to get them again during the course of these other phases. We have the Delta State Governor, Ifeanyi Okowa, himself is one of those on the ballot in this election. There you have him on the queue at his polling unit, going through the accreditation process preparatory to voting. We'll want to listen in and hear what he had to say after going through the process.
You can see that both voting centers here, we have large crowds out here, and we thank God that the reports we're getting is the election is fairly peaceful and everything is working, everything is on course. We definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work, and we have put out our document there. Our documents are confident with Nigerians, and we believe in what we have spoken to Nigerians. We are not deceitful in what we do. We are prepared, a prepared party to take charge over the affairs of Nigeria. We do know exactly that at the moment, Nigeria is not working the way it ought to work. But we are confident that working with all Nigerians, the private sector, the public sector, and all our people across Nigeria, working in a united manner, that we are able to tackle all the issues of insecurity, the issue of the poor economy that we are suffering from, the restructuring of this country, the education of our children, which is key, the fact that we need to create jobs for our nation, the fact that we need to develop powers to every part of this country, and to ensure that the states have more funds. We are confident in what we do, and we thank God for the very peaceful elections. I must truly say thank you to INEC for what we see at the moment, and we say thank you to Mr. President.
Well, staying in Delta State, we understand that voting is not going on in all of the polling units in Kaduna Primary School, where one of the contestants of the Anyocha Oshimiri federal constituency in that local government area, Anyocha North, Honorable Ndudu Olumelu, complained that the ballot papers are insufficient and result sheets are not available. We understand that people decided to discontinue voting until all voting materials are available.
Beyond my voting, there are issues that are very fundamental to the smooth operation of this exercise. One, in all the units, we have under ballot papers, insufficient ballot papers. A situation where in a unit of 600 collected PVCs, not registered voters, collected PVCs, you are seeing them giving them 300. And that will cause a lot of chaos. It's not only in these polling units, it's all over Anyocha North. Then, in terms of timing, based on the law that was passed, every exercise is supposed to commence by 8. They did not get it until 10:10. So almost 2 hours and 10 minutes late to the polling unit. Not only in this polling unit that they failed to meet up to the time, all over. I've called several places outside this local government, the same thing. The last one is that the supervisor who is designated to, of course, distribute materials is holding the result sheet. And that is causing problems in every polling unit because they are saying that they will not continue voting until they see all the materials complete. So these are some of the issues that I think that INEC need to address. And I've called the EO on the shortage of the ballot papers. She said they were giving that insufficient numbers from CBN.
Interesting. Deciding not to vote because all voting materials are not available.
That's another aspect of this entire process.
Which is also very, very interesting because there are countless reports, of course. I'm sure your phones
The
are
tables
as well.
are full and the phones.
There are some areas where they are saying that, look, we don't even have them. And people are already agitated, as has been mentioned by, Professor Ishola. People are agitated because they do not have these materials. They do not have the officials themselves to conduct the elections for them. So naturally, their emotions are on tethers.
Let's go to our correspondent who has been roving around Lagos. We understand he is in the Ikeja area, Darido.
Millicent, it's been a very, very busy day, a roller coaster of events, actually. Okay, so I'm in Ikeja, St. Peter's Primary School, Ward 3, Unit 3. The counting will start any moment from now. But let me give you a background of what has happened. The day started very slow for us. We started at Ogudu, where we reported that the process was going on quite well and everyone comported quite well as well. Then we joined the Commissioner of Police on area surveillance of the state. From Ikeja, we moved to Epe. We were able to also see what was going on in Ikorodu as well. So we were moving around a lot and without any sort of violence or anyone trying to disrupt the process until this afternoon. I think a call came through from Mafoluku Oshodi, and that's where we just left some moments ago. Violence, some people, hoodlums, attacked INEC officials there. They burned some ballot boxes and papers as well. The ad hoc officials felt unsafe at that point, so they called for the security operatives. So at the point where we got there, security operatives were already on ground. So the Commissioner of Police moved the ad hoc officials from that location and moved them to the police command in Ikeja. So after that, of course, the police, the Commissioner of Police said they envisaged those kind of pockets of violence and they've responded quite well. And that's the beat on that part. Then we moved to this part of town, still in Ikeja, St. Peter's Primary School. Then we've spoken with the electoral officers. Yeah, they said this process has been going on quite smoothly since morning. People have been coming around to vote. Polls ordinarily by standard ought to have closed by 2:30. That's the standard. But they said they didn't start on time, so they're given that grace period of say 30 minutes that they will start counting by 3 p.m. That's the information we got from them. And at the moment, they said they needed to tidy loose ends on their part. So the boxes are there. They already sorted out the material. So we're hoping that in the next couple of minutes, they will start the sorting and counting, which shouldn't take them a lot of time because from what they gathered, they said it's not like the turnout at this particular polling unit was that massive, Millicent.
We are seeing that, I mean, we had a guest who earlier spoke about, the centers and counting beginning and how, security should be tight, top notch, because this is also another crucial aspect of the election. Can you tell us about the security presence where you are and and also this is with regards to what you earlier mentioned, the ad hoc staff calling for security backup in some of those areas if the voting has started, and what's happening with the latest information?
Okay, Millicent, in this particular polling unit, of course, the security officials are on standby. I think my cameraman can move the camera in that direction. They're already also waiting for the counting to start. Just also behind the camera, there are also security officials on standby as well. It's relatively calm, let me say, on this side of town. Nothing is happening. Even on the road, if you drive from all our movements around this axis, it's been very, very quiet. Where I am at the moment in this primary school is dead quiet. It's like nothing is happening here. A lot of people complied with the no movement order, and even while we were in that helicopter trying to survey the whole of Lagos, we noticed deserted roads all around. So by and large, it's been a very quiet and a very peaceful one from what we gathered until we got to Mafoluku, the side of town.
But just a quick one before we let you go, Dari. You talked about the areas that you have been to here and there. I'm just wondering, is it the exact same turnout you saw, or were there areas where they had backlogs? It's actually very cheering that these electoral officers said they would extend the time for like 30 minutes to give opportunity to other people. Do you have areas where there are a huge backlog of people waiting in line? Oh dear. Well, I'm pretty sure that we'll get back to.
Yeah, we'll get back to Dari because that aspect of what he was saying very, very important.
Absolutely.
Another thing also, is people waiting for their votes. I know the rule says 300 meters from when counting starts.
Yes,
I understand if people are waiting.
The prof was talking about, that you can hang around if you want to witness the process, but it's a different ballgame. And incidentally, speaking about security, I understand the Lagos State Commissioner of Police has also been on the rounds, and it will be interesting to note if you had anything to say about some of what we've been reporting about some of the disruptions. So let's hear the Lagos State Commissioner of Police.
Very peaceful conduct in most parts. But we also recorded isolated instances of stock. For those, of course, like I said in my earlier remarks, we anticipated them and we had in place a team or multiple teams to respond in the fastest manner. One was the one we just returned from, which I led DC operations at Mafoluku, specifically Branco, the clusters of polling units there. They had issues and we went in there, we were able to stabilize the situation and rescue the INEC officials. See them there safely, at least they are safe, which is our priority first and foremost, to protect their lives and make sure that they do not come in harm's way. So they've been protected and then brought into safety. I can confirm that several arrests have been made, but as at this moment, it's still fluid, it's still an ongoing process. So I cannot conclusively say this is the total number of polling units or violence that we recorded. But at the end of the day, naturally, we do a post-election evaluation and come up with specifics on this.
The Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Idowu Omonwa, speaking there about what he described as isolated cases of violence and admitting that several arrests have been made, but the official figures are not yet available. Now, please watch this. A viewer sent this video in from the Ikoyi area of Lagos, I believe. This video is coming from. I'm hoping that we can see that video on the screen in just a moment. Calling for the attention of the police. This video is from the Ikoyi area of Lagos. which a viewer has just sent to us, which although we haven't actually confirmed completely what it says or what it's being alleged, is calling for the attention of the police.
If you don't vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you down here. Go out. So if I see you vote another, I will call Luca. If I see you vote another party, go ahead and ask him. No one joke for you. This guy is already there. I APC. Go your house. Go in house.
If indeed that proves to be true, I'm sure you could hear the viewers of the person who's talking about nobody being able or to be allowed to vote in a particular direction or the other. This is for the attention of the police, in particular, the security forces, and then, of course, for INEC. Of course, INEC officials are there. We saw them in the video.
I'm even wondering,
it turns out to be correct.
Apologies, Ladi. I'm even wondering why that would even be allowed in the first place if security officials were there. That at least there are two lines or two layers of security there. Such an individual making that claim should have been taken up immediately by the security authorities.
The ad hoc staff should even draw the attention of security.
Exactly. And so I don't even think there is any need for it. The policemen there, the EO, the officials, INEC officials should have just simply said, policeman,
sorry, please can you escort this person away from here and all of that. But then again, I think one of our previous guests did talk about some people who are apparently stronger than the institutions.
That was honorable.
Perhaps, yes, perhaps this is one of such examples if it turns out to be correct.
We are still taking updates of the situation across the country. Let's head to Imo State. Our correspondent, where we understand is at a primary school, Union Primary School in Birichi or Haji Egbema local government. Where?
Hi, Millicent. Good afternoon. Yes, right here at Union Primary School in Birichi or Haji Egbema local government area of Imo State. And as of this time, which is 10 minutes before 3 p.m., election materials, INEC officers have not commenced election here, and these people are agitated. They are angry that by now they should have completed their civic responsibility, but up to now, no INEC official, no INEC materials in sight. So I'm going to be speaking to one of them to just tell us. Can you just come to look at you? So, your name?
My name is Watson Nicholas Tochi.
So, what time did you arrive this morning?
Since 7 o'clock, 7 a.m. in the morning. People have been here readily prepared to cast their votes, and up to now, we have not seen any INEC official materials. You can see people are eagerly waiting. Many people who have gone. But on your arrival, they thought few people at the INEC were waiting. You can see a lot of people are returning back from their home to ensure that they really cast their votes.
So do you know what the problem is? Has anybody told you people why the INEC officials are not there?
I don't know yet. They're still making calls because last time in the morning we called, they said they went to Egbema. That is our local government headquarters. From there, the materials and the men of INEC will be going to various wards. So until now, we have not seen them. We don't know. Many of them we are calling their network, their phone numbers are no longer going. So we are expecting that they will still respond to it because Birichi from Haji Egbema is a peaceful area and we are ready to do this election and we are prepared. We have come out in mass to exercise our franchise.
Thank you very much. Yes, and we hope the appropriate authorities will listen to this and do the needful as quick as possible. This is also, there was also a similar case at Akwakuma Girls Secondary School here at Owerri North local government area of Imo State, where you saw protesters, hundreds in their numbers, protesting that INEC officials are yet to be seen at their polling booths. And even they also said when one or two INEC officials came, they didn't come with result sheets, they didn't come with ballot papers, and they are alleging that it's a calculated attempt by some people, elements, INEC or whatever, to disenfranchise them and prevent them from voting for the candidate of their choice. We hope that the appropriate authorities will do something as quick as possible and also extend the time of voting so these people would not be disenfranchised. Also, relatively, there's been calm, there's been peaceful atmosphere in Imo State, different from what we all expected, because just a few minutes ago, I spoke to the Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Fadi, and he said he's been monitoring the elections, and presently he's at Toru East local government area, where he's also monitoring the elections, and it's been peaceful. There's no record of any violence from any quarters across the 27 local government areas of Imo State. We'll be sure that we'll also always keep you updated with what is happening here, and we'll keep our eyes on top.
Hey, Tope, thank you for that. We'll be talking to you in the very near future. So he's saying, Ohaji Egbema, no INEC officials, no INEC materials. Slightly different scenario, which we heard in, I believe, Delta State and Yocha North. Incomplete materials, and then the people are deciding not to. Well, the people in this part are saying they want to, but, you know, this isn't happening. Lots of questions at 4:30 for Professor Mahmoud Yakubu.
Well, he said he's in the situation room. Well, these are situations.
Which hopefully he's aware of.
Which hopefully he's aware
or is
of.
being brought to his notice.
Exactly, because it's not just in the East that these issues are arising, even here in Lagos. I mean, comb the internet now. So Twitter, Instagram, and the rest of them, you'll find all kinds of shades of opinions here and there. And it's really very interesting, as we said the other time. Too many moving parts. One moving too fast, one moving too slow.
Some moving too slowly, some not moving at all, but still moving somehow. It is a tough call.
Yeah,
it is a tough call.
We have a number of guests who will be joining us. We quickly go on a short break. Of course, Channels Television is bringing you minute by minute, polling units by polling units, as much as we can, state by state updates on the situation in the 2023 verdict. Stay with us. Sorry.
counts. Every moment counts too. Get front row seats to Nigeria's biggest elections yet, with round-the-clock coverage by our super reporters across the country, bringing what may be our closest election even closer to you. Watch the 2023 verdict only on Channels Television.
Intermittently, we're going to be bringing you guys any happenings that we think you should know about. We are particularly also concerned about what is happening in the southeastern part of the country. As you guys know, we've been following. I hope my audio is good now. We've been following the activities of Simon Ekpa here in the southeast. They will say, why are you always talking about Simon Ekpa? Because we cannot sit down and watch somebody bring confusion in our land and just keep quiet. So we must keep talking about it. Today, there's been so many reports about people not coming out to vote out of fear of the unknown. But then again, election took place in the southeast. That's the important thing. And if you go to Simon Ekpa's page now, you'll see him posting empty videos, and then posting videos of like crashes that happened and rejoicing over the crashes that happened. There's one where this guys, what they call it, this civil defense, the vehicle capsized, and you can see dead bodies on the road there. Nigeria is just a hopeless place. That I can agree with anybody. In fact, if for one time I would agree with the hopelessness of Nigeria, it would be in looking at that picture. I'm not rejoicing. The real intention of his posting the video is not right. I condemn it. But honestly speaking, to watch that video and see people lying down there and dead, just the whole atmosphere looking hopeless. People, busy, just bringing out their phones and even recording the whole thing. It's just unfortunate how we have how low we have gone. Someone says you're not talking about Lagos. No, what do you mean? I just came now. What is happening in Lagos is terrible. But you have to understand. Why are people surprised about what is happening? Nigeria is a hopeless case. The elections cannot be trusted in Nigeria. You have to understand. All we are saying is allow people to participate. Just don't people that don't want to vote, let them not vote. But anybody that wants to vote, don't harass them, don't intimidate them, don't put fear into people. That way you can prove that you have the ability to run a civil society. That's what we're trying to say. You don't understand. By forcing people to do what you want them to do, you're showing that when you have Biafra, when you have your own nation, that this is how you're going. It will be like the Taliban. Go to the Middle East where they control you by force. That's not the kind of Biafra we're looking for. That's not the kind of self rule we're looking for. You need to show that you allow people to do what they want to do. Nigeria is hopeless. Somewhere in Lagos, they say if you don't speak Yoruba, that you cannot enter the place. Actually, I am going to pull the video from somewhere. These are some of the things I came to talk about. I'm telling you, they say if you come, there are lots of irregularities, so many nonsense that is going on. If you don't speak Igbo, nobody will attend to you. I want to show you that video. Very, very crazy. They kept people at the gates and they don't allow people to vote. They don't allow people to vote. That is crazy. It's just because you asked me now. I'll show you some irregularities that are going on. Nobody's, and I don't support that. But that is just a proof of what is happening. We've always said that Nigeria is hopeless. Nigeria is a failed state. We know. Okay, now that I'm talking about Lagos, you people see. You see, we have to learn to be reasonable. Okay, you just have to learn to be reasonable. You cannot force people. If you like, type in my page 1 million times. Don't force people to do what you want them to do. Just let them finish doing what they are doing. Actually, do you know what? If you are right, if I am right about the situation in Nigeria, let it play out. Let it play out, because if it doesn't play out now, it is because you force people. When you force people to do things, you can never, that's not the true reality. That's not the true state of things. You have to allow things to play out by itself. Let it naturally happen. Then you can prove that, yes, this is what we've been telling you people will happen. So let me show you some of the things that are going on in Lagos.
If you don't even vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house, so if I see you vote another, I will call look at. If I see you vote another party, go ahead and out. You no come joke for here. This territory where you dey na APC o. Go your house. Go relax.
This is what's happening in Nigeria, okay? And for my Labour Party friends, I hope you can see what I was trying to tell you. I ran in an election as governorship candidate. So when some of you were saying, go to the station there, if anybody gives you money, take their money and still vote for the person that you want to vote, I was telling you that you don't understand the situation in the polling booth. Look at that kind of place right now. Do you see the kind of situation? Or they say, in fact, the person who recorded that thing is very, very brave. Remember, these are people in an area, they know each other. You are not going to vote in another place. Is Mama Nkechi, Mama Ngozi, Mama Bola, Papa BC. Do you understand? Is Kenneth from your yard? Do you understand? Is Ahmed from number 37 on your street? So everybody knows everybody. So you need to be careful what you do in that place. Don't take the advice of go there, because they are sharing money too. As you're coming in, they always stand at a point, just behind the school, just the place where people follow the access into that compound where you see them, usually a school or a church or a center, and they'll be sharing money. And if you go and take that money, you hear what that guy said, you don't vote for me, Okay. But what we're trying to say, nobody ever told you, like we in AAC. I'm telling you, somebody said, Chidi, allow things to play out for how long? The election is one day now. You forget, Cathy, whatever your name, I can't read it. You see, it's about time we have this serious discussion, not just coming to shout and shout and shout. When we call for revolution now, this is what we are talking about. This is how they did the last election, and they elected Buhari, and we say this whole thing is a sham. This is not what it's supposed to be. You have to understand. But people did not understand. People did not accept or realize what we are telling them. And they came back for this political dispensation again. We're not going to run. We're going to be there with them so that we are there. If you go and sit down and say you don't want to participate, you don't want, they will even do worse. So you have to be there, see what is happening. Okay, if that person that shot that video was not in that polling booth, how would you know? How would you know? Or telling people to stay away from an election. The people that went there will vote now. You think they will come and say, oh, because you stayed out of election, they will cancel the election? No. If you really want the election to be cancelled, an election that will be cancelled out of abstinence, because it happens when there's massive abstinence from an election, they could cancel the election, but you don't bring it by force. Because when you bring it to happen by force, you lie to yourself. Because the people, you're saying that the people rejected. No, they didn't reject. You forced them. So you have become a terrorist. You have become like a criminal. Somebody who forces things down by armed means. That is not good at all. So that's what you have to understand. Let today pass. When today passes, then you'll be able to see the people that allow a certain people to win. They will see what is going to happen now. That is, it will justify whatever else you're doing. But when you are fighting against, the natural will of the people, then you are becoming a terrorist to them. Nothing that you achieve by force will last. It doesn't happen that way. Honestly, it doesn't happen that way. Somebody says nobody's forcing anybody. The only thing that Biafra said is that whenever you hear the truth, you run away. That's bye-bye. Nobody's forcing anybody. But you see armed struggle, you see people coming with arms. Look at even the APC. All the people that are doing this, they are bad. They are doing it wrong. Like the APC guy who is saying, if you don't vote APC, that is also wrong. We condemn all acts. What Simon Ekpa is doing is wrong. What this APC guy is doing is wrong. Everybody who is doing what they are doing is wrong. You can't come and say, oh, this person's own is correct and the other person is not correct. Let me show you another video. Well, this other video will show you what goes on. What goes on in these polling units. This one is actually very disgusting. Hold on. This one is very, very, very disgusting. I want to expand the video so I can show you. Give me 1 second. This one is if these things are happening, you wonder why you shouldn't have a revolution. But when people are ready for the revolution will happen. So let's go show you this.
Now we are currently at my polling unit, that's Iba Housing Estates, and they locked the gates. They said if you are not voting for APC, you can't come in. You can see, I tried entering, they almost broke my leg, but I had to just come out and do this video. I can see people that are outside. People are outside. You know, they don't want to open the gate for anybody. They don't want us to vote. We were asked to go to our polling unit so early so that we can check if our name is on the list. We are here. I've been here since 7:30. They did not allow us to go in. Very early in the morning. Very early in the morning. People are, if you're not Yoruba, if you don't speak Yoruba to them, if you're not APC, they are not allowing anybody to enter. I've been here for over 30 minutes and nothing is happening. So we don't know what is happening in this country. God help us.
Okay. So you see, that is still an example of what the Nigerian state is. Purely what the Nigerian state is. And nobody can come and defend them. It says, have they arrested the APC guy? Fine. But that is the job of the security people there. Okay, that's the job of the security people there. He should be arrested. And if somebody is there in the east doing what they are doing, they should be arrested. Or are you going to say because they are doing it, you go and start doing your own? That is you facing the law. That is you jamming yourself with the law. And whatever you see, you just have to be willing to take it. Throughout the day, we're gonna keep bringing you guys updates on what is going on in from the election monitoring. Okay, that's what we're gonna be doing. Let me go back to them. Let me go back to them so that we can follow up with what is going on. We're also gonna bring you guys some videos. I'm gonna join back channels. I'm gonna join back channels, but they are off. They are off for now. They are off for now. This day live. We're gonna go to this day live and see what they're doing. And if you want to come in, if you have any reports about what is going on in your place, we can also bring you in. Okay, so let's go to Arise and see what they're doing in Arise TV.
What INEC should do that they never do. INEC has the powers, just the same way they employ lawyers to represent INEC at the Election Petition Tribunal. Section 145 empowers INEC every electoral offenses that he has also read out in Section 151 and all of that. All these offenses are triable at the Magistrate Court or at the High Court or Federal High Court. And INEC can, and prosecution of these offenses can be by INEC or by solicitors employed by them. But how come INEC after election is never interested in prosecuting electoral offenses the way they prosecute election petition matters at the tribunal? That's where we need to start from, because it is easy to promise people that, look, everybody will be given opportunity to participate in the ballot. But like I said earlier on, election ballot papers and materials are polling unit specifics with serial number, a place where they have been destroyed.
Someone just made a statement that I wanted to emphasize on. Pretty precious. You see what you say? That's what autopiloters need to understand. Ordinarily, on their own, the Nigerian states, and especially Buhari's government, they are not good people. Do you understand? On their own, by themselves, without your help, they will self-destruct by the activities they engage in. But when you foolishly and unintelligently carry yourself and slot inside this whole wahala, you take it upon yourself. You become the problem. You become the problem. Simon should just allow things to roll. If you are, remember in this life, if you're right, you're right too. If you're wrong, you're wrong. You cannot tell people that rain is falling when rain is not falling. You go and hire a tanker to be spraying water over their roof so that you see, hey, you see it, rain is falling. No, allow it to be like that. If rain is not falling, then you are wrong. Stop saying it's falling. But if you see that the clouds have gathered and rain is going to fall, then you can predict that rain will fall and rain will fall. But when you're pushing it and saying this is what it is, everywhere is empty, and in order to say that it is empty, you sit at home and force it at home. Woto, people will die. People died. These people have died. Come on now. You just invited, you are the proverbial guy who went and brought ant-infested firewood. Then lizard will come to you naturally. Do you see? Let all these things happen. Then you would have had enough reason to say, look, do you see what happened? But fighting, honestly, you didn't even need to say all these things. You didn't need to do all of those things. You didn't need to force anything at all. Let things naturally happen. But in doing it, the things that will happen will still happen with or without you. And you are going to be in serious trouble. That's just what you cause for yourself. And the sympathy you get will be from the people who, of course, in every craziness, that people who are always deceived. And they will go down with you, unfortunately. Anyway, so I like what you said. And even that's what reasonable people understand from what is going on. You don't just carry yourself and put in, like, how does preventing people from going to work, how does it help the election? How does forcing them to sit at home help the election? It doesn't help it in any way now. So it's not something you force on them. You can never force anything on people. You have to allow them to express themselves. Okay, that's what we're saying.
On the dot of the close-up poll, we shouldn't be taking 10 steps forward and 30 steps backward. In 2015, we had card readers failure, but it wasn't this prevalent that you didn't have materials and people were not even allowed to exercise their franchise. This one is different. People are not even saying materials at all. No INEC officials, no explanation from anybody, and maybe we'll wait for INEC briefing to begin to explain all of those things. Unlike 2015, it's okay, card readers came, but it didn't work. But we resort to incidents form. This one, there's no card reader, there's no INEC official, there is no material. Right. And in places where there are materials, the staff are not enough. You know, somebody needs to explain, what is happening. So that it doesn't look as if, yes, we just focus on the negative. Yeah, at the beginning, it was, a lot of kudos to INEC that, yes, this is a departure, the card reader was functioning, the beavers were functioning. But look at in some areas in Delta, yes, good. But that you can't say the same of other areas in Delta State, because we also seen complaints from these same places. Most of the states that we have covered today, there is one issue or the other. And that will overshadow whatever, like Tete said, whatever good intention or good work that Professor Mahmood would have put in place.
All right, Liberals. Now, Toyera, still riding on this inconclusive narrative with regards to
Frank Tietier's statements earlier. I remember sometime in 2018, 2019, the Osun elections that brought in former Governor Oyetola, 2 or 3 local governments were contested. And they had some logistic issues. There were some minor skirmishes, but it was enough to delay the conclusion of that election. So much so that it was extended for a week, before they actually got some kind of closure over the elections. And of course, that was when the Omishore camp was being courted to get more votes from either candidates. There was a stalemate. It was almost neck and neck. Now, here we have logistic issues, INEC not coming every now and then. So are we going to see, based on what we've seen so far, the reports coming in, of a likelihood of this election at one point in time, maybe not everything, but some regions, and like Liberos also mentioned, at some time, some regions might be excluded and be told to have another rerun in those regions that are contested?
I think we're all anxious for INEC to speak to us at 4:13. We do need answers. We do need answers for everything that went wrong today. We need answers as to why there were not enough security agents manning many of the polling units. We need answers as to why INEC officials were delayed. There are many polling units as far as 2-3 p.m. today that have no INEC agents and no answers from INEC as to when the agents would actually arrive. So that will be dependent on INEC's feedback to the nation. We also need feedback onto what will happen from this point onwards. We don't know how many percentage of the up to 90 million voters actually were able to vote today. We don't have those answers. And my brother, you said rigging starts from INEC level, from the ad hoc representatives.
Even from appointment of
absolutely.
Look, I'm not cutting you short.
Go ahead.
Recently, we had cause to cry to INEC that you have resident electoral commissioners that have performed creditably well, and you gave those elections kudos. You had one from Sokoto, you had one from Anambra, you had one from Akwa Ibom. At the end of the day, their tenure came and they were eased off the commission. People who, who were allegedly, accused of being partisan were nominated to replace some of these resident electoral commissioners. So why wouldn't you have such a scenario? So if you at that level, the same party, APC today, while they were in opposition, touted the waste panel report. We must return back to waste panel report. The president can no longer appoint who becomes the INEC chairman. There must be a process. We had a waste panel report when they were in opposition, but the moment they came into government, waste panel report saw a natural death. Nobody discussed it again. But anyway, I don't blame them. I also blame the current opposition because they went to sleep on their right. And then came the appointment of Mahmoud. Mahmoud was appointed first election. You had resident electoral commissioners who also, it got so bad that one was refused clearance on the floor of the National Assembly. Even Loreto Anoche, who was a vociferous supporter of the president, was nominated as a national commissioner until the people and the media rejected it. And so when you have such an independent, quote unquote, umpire conducting election, and coupled with the attitude of Nigerian politicians, what will happen to the ordinary ad hoc staffs that will be appointed? It will just naturally flow from there. That's what the point I'm making.
All right, if I may, I'm sorry, okay. But who should be responsible for nominating the INEC chairman? If the president,
what did the waste panel report recommend? Waste panel report recommended that the political parties should be involved in the process of nominating, and then there should be a committee headed by retired justices, and 3 persons would be screened, passing through a screening process, will be screened, and then these 3 persons will be recommended to Mr. President, and then from among these 3 persons, he will still exercise that his power. But that process of screening the persons should not rest squarely in the hands of Mr. President, who also in most cases, his party is participating in the election. So this is a beautiful recommendation that would insulate INEC from the vagaries and dictate of the political party, including funding for the election. But today, nobody is discussing it. We're very okay. Once we conduct one off-cycle election and it seems transparent, we'll sing Uhuru. Until we get to critical election like this, you discover that we conduct a credible election, even this is the last thing we do, become the first flat on his face.
Are you in some way, shape, or form saying that this current election is not credible? As of right now.
I've not said that, but the challenges we are saying, corroborating what you have said, that we shouldn't be seeing them after all of this preparation.
All right, let's get some latest reports from Ozioma Okole, who is still in Okota, reporting for Raj News. Ozi, talk to us. What's the latest in Okota? Has there been improvements?
We are back at polling unit 023. That's the Babaiwe polling unit, where we have the largest of electorates in Okota. And the situation here is becoming something else. People are complaining. People are beginning to flare up. And you can hear the voices at the background. Tempers are flaring that the process is too slow. And so far, they've not even gotten to number 200 and something, because
also, permit me to interject at this point. I would like to ask a question. Permit me to interject at this point. I would like to ask a question, because that particular polling unit is quite notorious. Over the years, we've seen electoral violence happen in that particular polling unit.
You are right.
So
you are very, very correct.
What is so special about that particular polling unit that people are always disenfranchised in every election cycle, or in the recent election cycles we've seen?
Aaron, I quite understand where you are headed, because I know you also live in this particular area and you know that environment more than I do. So there is a particular man that told us that because there's a kind of block vote in this community, so every election year there's this kind of challenges in having people come to exercise their civic responsibilities with ease. Someone was even explaining, and then he said that the block votes always have that issue. That's why every election year there is always a problem. So tell us your name and then why you feel that there must always be a challenge here because of the block vote.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elo Chubu. The number of people here is very big. My number is 814. Why they are still in 200 and they don't come with stamp. They just go and borrow stamp from people that just finished. 1 unit, 1 stamp for all these people. People are tired. They didn't even come with stamp. Please, INEC should do some this.
Okay, hold on. Do you think it's deliberate?
Why I think it's deliberate. They just do it. Why would they come here without stamp? And they came late. We'll be here since 6 o'clock. What time? Look at crowd here. Last election, this is where the violence starts. They should please help us.
Okay, you mean last election in 2019?
Yes. This is where the violence starts. Last election, the other helicopter is roving here. There's no security men here, and we are patient. We don't want violence. They should help us. They don't have to frustrate us. It's bad. And there's no violence. There's no security personnel, and we come down. We are on the soil.
Okay, but for this 2023 election, there is no violence so far, and security men are on ground compared to last year. Yes. So we need to establish that.
Yes, security men. The soldiers have come here. We have complained. They said they must finish the election. They must finish it. Now look at the crowd here. Let them help us. We are tired of all this mess.
Okay, so there are more additional people around me says they want to speak their mind, they want to air their view, that they are tired of every election year they come to this particular polling unit, it is one issue or the other, and they don't know why this is a consistency.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Ifeanyi AK, and I'm supposed to be a voter here. This is polling unit 03, Ward 8, 023. You see, the major problem we're having here is we don't have enough INEC staff here. We don't have enough. If you look at the population, we are almost 900 here. And according to INEC, we were told that some of the voters here will be moved. Unfortunately, the INEC list that was supposed to be published was not published because they came in late. And those that were moved, allegedly moved, they don't know. And that's why you have so much crowd here. Assuming anybody comes in here, goes to check the list, if they have pasted the list, the crowd would have thinned out. You understand? Another issue which I think INEC need to address is check the number of INEC staff here compared to check the number of INEC staff here. There are about 3 of them here. It was 2 before, but they had to second one from another polling unit.
All right.
Ozzy.
Okay, I think. All right, okay. Okay, we just heard from him there. We were discussing while we were having the report about the number of electorates per polling unit, and it's between 500 and 750. So when somebody said that he took a number and it is 831, I'm shocked.
Created voting points.
Yes.
What they did, it started during Jega's time. When you have more than 500 voters in a polling unit, they create voting points. INEC sent me an SMS informing me that my polling unit had been changed. And I am also aware that some persons might have changed their numbers. And also in my own polling unit, there were publications of names and voters for claims and objection. And so, getting to my polling unit, I confirmed truly, that's like a week before now, I confirmed truly that INEC had truly and indeed changed my polling unit to another polling unit. So it was easy. It's easy on election day to go to where your new polling unit is. But for some persons that change their phone numbers, I'm not making excuses for INEC. I've been on their neck since, but also there are some facts that are obvious. For some persons that might have changed their numbers, definitely you won't get that, SMS. But also, that shouldn't stop INEC from pasting the names of these persons for claims and objection at the polling unit. So it becomes easy for you to go to this polling, your old polling units, and check if you're before the election. So if your name is not there, you now know that your polling unit had been changed. But coming to the polling unit on that same day, there are no notices on the wall, and it will be rowdy. And the number of adult staff also should have been increased. But I think that because the number is specifically so, because that number you have at that polling unit ought not to be the number at that polling unit. Some persons might have been transferred to another polling unit, but they are not aware. Why we blame INEC, also blame some Nigerians who don't take these issues seriously. They wait until the last minute before they begin to verify. INEC also, I'm aware, INEC also created a portal for you to verify your polling unit. And those portals were shared by political parties and
monitor the exercise. The first port of call was the INEC office in Warri, and that was about 9:20 a.m. There was no distribution of materials. All the materials were just put in one spot. And I spoke with the electoral officer, who is also a deputy director of INEC, Mr. Kingsley Ogwe. And he told me the excuse he gave then was that the party agents had not arrived. They arrived very late, and that delayed the process. And we took him for his word. I left that place and went to the nearby Uwe local government. As at 11 o'clock, the materials had arrived, most of the polling units and works. In the nearby Okwe, where the governorship candidate hails from, voting started as at the time I got there around 2:30. By the time I was returning to Warri to monitor the situation of things in Warri, since I did not see anything as at the time I set out in the morning, I now discovered that most of the places we go to are at 1, 2. No electoral material, no INEC officials, and people were hungry. People were complaining. So I had to go back to the INEC office at about 2:30. On getting to INEC office, that was the time they started, deploying officials and materials to the field. As I'm talking to you now, probably some must have just commenced the accreditation process. And in some areas, Ubeji and all the neighboring communities, they are yet to receive their materials. The materials are still on the way. That's the situation in Warri and Everon.
Okay, Sylvester, in view of what's happening, how are people reacting to this development so far?
At Ibudu Primary School, where we have about 6 units, you can imagine the crowd that converged. They were hungry. As a matter of fact, I had to remove my INEC tag because they didn't want to see anything that has to do with INEC or any government official or whatever, because of they were hungry. But because I knew one or few people there, I was able to, get their reactions. Angry, no INEC officials, no materials. They don't know whether they will vote.
All right, Sylvester.
This afternoon.
According to Professor Yakubu Mahmoud, he says that voting should close by 2:30. So as it stands right now,
voting cannot close by 2 o'clock because it's almost 2 o'clock, and materials are yet
almost 4 o'clock actually.
The materials are yet to get to some units and was in Warri. So obviously they cannot close until evening or late in the night.
All right. Sylvester Idu, the sister station correspondent, This Day newspaper in Warri South. Many thanks for your update, and hopefully things will improve there. But the situation is looking pretty grim right now regarding all this. Now, Toyera, sometime was it? If you look back, the election that brought in Governor Charles Soludo. I remember then in the studio, we were here for hours. He couldn't vote due to some logistic problems. And we're talking about a high density scenario here at polling stations. Of course, I wanted to ask Liberos the other time that, okay, fine, how many, machines, BIFAS machines or what have you, would you require for such large numbers of a particular polling unit? Is it just one? And we saw how overwhelmed they were. Now, unfortunately, he couldn't vote for several hours, and he was insisting to a large extent that he wanted others to vote before him until I think sometime late at night. That was when they were able to accommodate him then, and he became the governor. But of course, there were other issues and relating to the availability of these materials. So we talk about INEC evolving over time. And you would expect that all this issue would have been addressed with every election, especially when it comes to off-season election. We get praises every now and then, but when it comes to the big one, the general elections, there seems to be a question mark.
Don't we all expect that progress, development? That's why we're voting today. And that's why it's such a big, important pain point for us to ensure that we want a progressive leader. We want someone different from what we've seen over the past 60 years. We want change, we want development. Once we're able to get a leader that can appoint people who are capable of taking us forward, then we start to see those changes. We're seeing similar scenarios from the past 4 years, 8 years, 12 years. I mean, where do we start to ask for and demand change? But what I'm happy about is that people they are persevering, they're being persistent. No one is backing down on ensuring that this election needs to be free and fair. Our votes must count. We're seeing results coming in. We're seeing, I'm having reports, someone saying their polling unit in Ogun Central, they're already starting to count. We heard that Nkosi Okonjo-Iweala has voted, she and her husband. So we're seeing progress, and we want to make sure that we see progress till the finish line. Whether it takes 12 hours, 24 hours, we're on it, and Nigerians are not backing down this election.
If I may come in, Aaron, where does the Electoral Act come in? Yes, the revised Electoral Act that people have been praising every night. Where does it come in, Liberals, in scenarios such as this?
It's INEC rules that plays out in scenarios such as this. INEC, apart from the Electoral Act, INEC also has a guideline that guides the conduct of the election. And for scenarios, like I said, I'll explain. INEC has said when you have more than 500 voters, they've created, voting points to ensure that people vote seamlessly. And one would expect that when you now have more than 500, you should deploy more than one beavers to such places.
Simple logic.
Yes, because that is their guideline. And then there should also be an alternative beavers in the event that anyone fails. But right from the days of card readers, we have also seen that there are no backup beavers in the event that some beavers will fail. So we'll see that there are no backups at all. So that is an area INEC also need to look at in their retreat and in also assessing the outcome of the election. Another thing is this logistics that we keep talking about. It is not enough for you to prepare all year round, and you have 4 years and you've conducted off-cycle election. On the day of the major election, the big masquerade, you have all of these issues that you ought to have overcome, and there should be consequences for action. If there are INEC officials that have flaunted the rules as laid down, INEC is empowered by the law to prosecute these people, use them to show example. So it serves as a deterrent to others. And once everybody also is treated, equally according to the dictate of the law, then people will have confidence in the process. No matter what, they will tell you, yes, we know that challenges will be there, but we trust the process. And on the issue of substantial compliance, you talked about, your last question before now was on the two local government in Ife, and there was this other Osun. Yes. And also the Dekina local government in Kogi during the Yabelo's and Abaka Audu's election. Those were local government where the election did not take place. And the number of registered voters in those places was more than the margin of lead. But in cases where you have, these are not local government, these are polling unit and materials did not arrive. And so materials did not arrive in this polling unit, but in the entire local government, let's say you have 30 polling units in that local government, materials arrived in 15 or 16, but in 4, materials didn't arrive and people didn't vote.
But it was enough to deter that election for it to be, postponed.
No, I'm talking about the local government. Local government. But in this case, you have polling unit in a local government where materials didn't arrive. And once you allow that to happen, it is easy for INEC to say, well, since they are polling units, the outcome is not substantial enough to affect the overall outcome. And that's why, I am saying here that INEC should not give room for all of those issues. Where you won't be able to sit down and ask yourself, this polling units where materials did not come, what is the number of registered voters? We had a look at those those number of registered voters in those polling units. But if it's a local government, an entire local government or an entire state, it is easy for you to look at the number of registered voters and then match it against the number, the margin of lead. But if it's polling units, if you take the total number of polling units in some areas that are cancelled or where materials didn't come, and you benchmark it against the number of leads, you find out that it is enough to reconduct elections in those polling units, but we hardly see it play out. So there's need for INEC to consistently look also in that direction.
All right, let's bring in Frank Tete from Abuja Studio. Frank, I want to try to stretch this particular discussion right now, because right in front of me, I'm looking at data concerning how the 2007 election played out, and we had one of the highest turnout of voters, about 56% in 2007, with 62 million registered voters. And the number has been on the decrease from 2011, 2015, 2019, where it was 35% with 82 million registered voters. We had 93 million registered voters this time around. 87 million plus picked up via PVCs. We're expecting a massive turnout this time around. But reports we are seeing is almost indicating otherwise. Is that the fear that we might not even be able to hit the numbers we hit in 2019, which was 35%?
So it's a combination of several factors, one of which is institutional. Like it's just playing out as we see, that it means that no matter how enthusiastic the people may be, we could also have systemic failures to the extent that the people can actually be frustrated. It's important that INEC should do everything possible to, let us have credible elections, because it staves off a lot of problems, particularly court cases. The most learned Liborius was talking about substantial compliance and how it affects the election in general. It does affect the election, even in small things, concerning especially whether or not a candidate has polled 25% of votes in a particular area or in a particular state. We are looking. Let's take ourselves back to the provisions of Section 134 or the Constitution, the possibility of a runoff. Now, the thing is this: the reason why we saw an increase in the number of voters who actually voted in preceding elections is simply because, well, we're just coming out from a hangover of the military dictatorship of a long time. Nigerians had faith in democracy, in civil rule. That faith has been over the time dashed, especially by the recent development, by the overwhelming, intractable problems that the outgoing administration has faced. Now, in that case, there is need to bring back that confidence that it is actually civil rule that can bring the much needed development. That is not the case. And INEC appears to be toying with that renewed hope that Nigerians have, that indeed the democratic process of election can lead to peaceful transition from one government to the other, and then we can see the expression of developmental agenda or the various candidates, whether for the person who won the post of president, or that we will see in the subsequent elections in the State House of Assembly and governorship.
Frank, I'm so sorry to have to butt in, but we have to go to Mary Chinda in Adamawa State to give us an update there. Mary, it's good to have you with us. What can you tell us about where you are?
So good to be updating you right now. This is, of course, Unit 12, Assistant Commissioner of Police quarters in Ajia Ward, Old GRA Jimata in Yola North, where the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party had earlier in the morning come to cast his vote alongside his wife. Now, this unit had about 700 voters, and right now the sorting is actually taking place. Sorting is underway. Now, Now, for the senatorial in the House of Representatives, that has already been sorted. What is being sorted, as you can see, in the presence of agents, party agents, is the presidential ballots that are actually being sorted right now. As you can see clearly, that is what is going on now. There's been some level of peace. In fact, I would say that there's been no report of any violence in this area at all since the voting had actually started at about 8:30, 8:40 in the morning.
All right, Mary, you say relative peace there. So as it stands right now, so we're still trying to push further. Talk to us. I would like to hear from you. What do the people, how are they feeling? And what's their own verdict about the general elections that is still ongoing as we speak? Are they still around, hoping to watch over their votes? What is going on there?
Okay, so honestly, this is one polling unit where the people are not just voting and going away. The people are voting and waiting alongside party agents to ensure that their votes actually count. I'm just going to ask for the camera to be panned so that you can see the people here who are eagerly, waiting for this votes to be sorted, collation to begin to take place and all of that, and, to know who wins in this particular polling unit. It's a big deal. It seems to be a big deal for voters right here at this polling unit. They're all here. They're waiting. They just can't wait to find out who takes the day for this particular polling unit, which also is the polling unit where the PDP presidential candidate had to cast his vote.
Very from Yola Adama's state, many thanks for the update. Hopefully, you'll give us more as the day continues. Back now to Frank Tietie in Abuja studios. From all the narratives we have so far, what is your projection for this election going forward into the governorship elections as well?
It is not yet time to draw a conclusion. Voting is still in progress in certain places. We haven't seen many instances of disruptions coming from northern Nigeria, which has a bulk number of votes. In that case, we still see some reasonable compliance going on over there. The earlier reports we've got about on governors and other party stalwarts that have voted, especially in the regions in the north, show that there is some hope that this election will come out fine. However, with the fact that this real situation we're watching here on this bulletin shows that there is a need for INEC to act fast. There is also need to address these issues to calm frayed nerves, because it's very easy for persons with high aspirations to turn into any form of violent expression. That is what we don't want. And I can boldly announce that there is absolutely no cause for alarm, even when things don't go right, because the law has a way of making provisions when there are wrongs or when things don't go according to expectation. Especially for those polling units that are unable to carry on the voting process, there is a very strong possibility that there could be, extension or postponement. But one thing must be clear: if these elections are not substantially held in compliance with the Electoral Act, we will have a lot of court cases. This is an unprecedented election. It hasn't happened like this in our country's history, that we have contending forces in the character and in the personalities that we have currently in the All Progressive Congress, the PDP, the NNPP, and particularly the Labour Party. The Nigerians are waiting with bated breath that something significant, a shift from the ordinary, from the old, is about to happen. And it is a moment, it's a turning point for us in this country. Having witnessed elections, and that has been a big problem. It's not because we're practicing presidential federalist democracy. Even when the colonial masters handed over in 1960, 1962 was very, very, very bloody in Western Nigeria. And then 1964 federal elections was also terrible. So we've had a history of failed elections. Nevertheless, we've managed through. Nigerians have been through a very big conflict, considering the fact that it was a civil war. Everything is being done to avoid any form of disenchantment that will lead to any conflagration in that magnitude. That is the reason why I go back to the headline of this day today, that this is the moment of truth for Nigerians, because we are now coming face to face with who we are, how prepared we were, how much we really desire to have a transition to a stable democracy, which we can be proud of. But again, this moment of truth has put our institutions, particularly INEC and the security institutions, on trial. I hope in the long run, they will not be found wanting, and Nigeria can make the much needed progress that we have waited for so heavily for this day.
All right, I want to say many thanks to you, Frank Tietie, for your time here on the show. It's been labeled, the 2022 general election has been labeled the mother of a lot of elections. We'll be going on a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue Nigerian sides. Don't go anywhere.
We citizens have made up our mind to change this government because we have suffered a lot. Whoever said that this government is favoring him, it's left for him. But it's for myself, openly, I'm saying that I have suffered a lot.
The country can do that to bring Nigeria together. People who can bring this country together. And more especially, we people of the Southeast is supposed to be a mandate to every sons and daughters of Southeast to come out a map to make sure that we cast our votes, because this is the greatest opportunity to us.
That's why if I have opportunity to serve, I serve the people and not steal their money, because it's by His grace. I am very optimistic.
I'm very confident with what they are doing. I just appeal to them to continue to keep peace, maintain orderliness, and maintain peaceful environment for democracy to take proper root.
We definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work.
I'm happy that at least I have voted. I was a bit worried when I got here by 8:30 and there was nobody.
Our most peaceful campaigns all over Nigeria, one of its kind, as long as the elections are adjudged to be free, fair, and just.
Nigerians, the 2023 Nigeria General Elections is here. Ensure that you have your PVC and locate your polling unit as you set out to vote. At your polling unit, queue and present your PVC for accreditation by INEC. On receipt of the ballot paper, vote discreetly for the candidate of your choice. Remember, there are standards of behavior required of voters on election day, and violators may be arrested. No buying and selling of votes, no intimidation or coercion of voters, no canvassing for votes, shouting of party slogans, or display of party symbols at polling units. Nigerians, the time has come to exercise your franchise. Turn out in full and cast your vote for the candidate of your choice. This message is brought to you by Policy and Legal Advocacy Centre, PLAC, with support from the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO.
Me, I'm not afraid of that man. Me too. What can you really do?
I hope you people are discussing about paying me my rent.
Oga landlord, calm down. We are discussing about the upcoming elections.
Nonsense. Don't tell me to calm down. Your mates are at the Akamata Community Square selling their votes for 5,000 naira. But you are here doing what I don't know.
Oga landlord, do you know that 5,000 naira spread over the next 4 years is just 4 naira per day? Is this what we should sell our votes for? God forbid.
Oga landlord, wise up. We must vote in the right people this time, instead of selling our votes to people who have nothing good to offer our community.
That one is your business. You ladies better go and collect yours, if that will help you gather my rent at the end of the month. Do not listen to people like this landlord. Election is not a business venture. It is your civic duty to your country to help elect the right leaders who will create a better life for you and a great future for your children. Do not sell your future. Do not sell your vote. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
Hello, welcome to Able to Vote Guide. Able to Vote Guide is a voter education series to increase the participation of registered voters with disability and the society at large. My name is Jake Epele. I'm the CEO founder, TAF Africa. Let's get started. On today's episode of the Able to Vote Guide, we will focus on the Independent National Electoral Commission initiative called INEC e-School. The Independent National Electoral Commission officially launched an online training platform for electoral officials as part of its commitment to deliver a free, fair, credible, and inclusive election. The Electoral Institute developed an e-learning website and app called INEC e-School. The goal of the platform is to enhance the overall effectiveness of electoral training. The system is built to provide a cutting-edge experience of electoral training using face-to-face and virtual approaches by integrating text-based audio and video. The website is a user-friendly platform with courses for supervisory presiding officers, assistant presiding officers, and collation officers, deliberately intended to enhance the capacity of poll workers, INEC staff, and the public. To access the INEC eSchool website on your browser, visit inecschool.org. You can also visit the Google Play Store to download it at play.google.com. Remember that every person with disability participating in this process has a legal right to priority voting. However, in a situation where you have lots of persons with disability in a polling unit, special queues should be maintained to quicken the process and give priority to people with disability to cast their vote with dignity and privacy. This message is coming to you from TAF Africa with funding from the European Union and supported by our media partner. For more information on the activities of TAF Africa, follow us on our social media, visit our website on tafafrica.co. See you on the next episode of Able to Vote Guide. I remain yours truly, Jake Epele. Bye.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
"34 million hectares of arable land, over 200 million people, one nation." Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer, pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will conduct the 2023 general election using the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS. On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intending voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results.
Selling or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us all be committed to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms at official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. Protect it.
What is really happening in Akamata Market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope your broadcast it all. The world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Glad to have you back on this special coverage of Nigeria's election 2023. And of course, we've still got Toriera and Liberus with us in the studio to discuss all of this. Liberus, just before we went on that break, we were talking about the Electoral Act, Section 47, subsection 3 or thereabout.
Yes.
So what are the features there?
I did say, if you look at the provisions of Section 47.3, it says, where a smart card reader or any other technological device deployed for accreditation of voters fails to function in any unit, and a fresh card reader or technological device is deployed, but the election in that unit where it fails and if a fresh card reader is not deployed, the election in that unit shall be cancelled and another election shall be scheduled within 24 hours. If the commission is satisfied that the result of the election in that unit will substantially affect the result of the whole election and declaration of a winner in the constituency concerned. In plain terms, what this means, the section gave with one hand and took with another. So if the caveat there is if, in the opinion, in the eyes of the commission, the result, that polling unit will affect the overall outcome. If it will not affect the outcome, then everything goes as planned, even if election did not hold in that polling unit. So it is not in every case where election did not hold in polling unit or card readers didn't work that the commission will conduct another election within 24 hours. So the commission can tell you that they have reviewed these places where election didn't, card readers failed, and it is not, the numbers from there will not substantially affect the outcome of the commission, of the result. That's Section 47.3. So that's why the commission, to douse the fear and the tension that this would create, should ensure that the card readers, the beavers deployed must work. And here, it also gave room for usage of a backup. Another one is deployed. But situations where you don't even have any at all, or the ones that you have is not functional, then there is a problem. And this idea of having 800 people at the polling unit, 900 at the polling unit, people also, voters, also should learn, despite all of this WhatsApp information that people are sharing, verify your polling unit, verify your polling unit. You wonder why people didn't take advantage of this verification of polling unit. And political parties, earlier, political parties also need to set up a robust voters awareness and voters education, department, because they're the beneficiaries of voters education. So if the political parties are not educating their voters well enough, and then you have situations such as this where people don't even know their polling unit and then they go to the wrong polling unit and clog the polling unit, you're going to have these challenges. So while we're blaming INEC, there's also the need for us to blame the voters and then the politicians, because election should be a holistic thing. INEC would provide it is for you also to be aware and participate in the process, so that you don't give INEC the opportunity to say your non-participation is not substantial enough to affect the outcome.
I put majority of the blame on INEC and the leaders. In this day and age, 2023, whereby the world is surpassing us on so many decisions, so many economic points in life, there's no reason why every vote should not count. Every vote matters. There should be no excuse for beavers' machines not working, not functional. There should be no excuse for Nigerians campaigning, rigorously analyzing the entire election process, rigorously leaving their work, their call of duties to say yes on the 25th of February 2023, a date that we've all known for many months. They want to vote. There should be no excuse for INEC's process to not be as efficient and as progressive as possible. INEC said they deployed security, they deployed heavy soldiers to Lagos State. It's the same Lagos State that we're seeing thugs disrupt the election process. At what point do we start to demand that things should be done the right way? We all have key performance indicators in all our points of duties. We go to work. We have responsibilities that we must execute on. And we must say that, INEC, your responsibilities, we demand that you execute to Nigerians without suffering, without making us go through hardships, without making us go through long lines. And at 4 p.m., many polling units are still unable to vote. Many INEC agents have not arrived. We need the answers. We need to make sure that hardship is not on the citizens and that the leaders take responsibility.
All right, okay. And why is it that it is in most places where you have this large turnout of voters that either the beavers is one and then you have fewer hands? Why is it so? Because all the places that we have seen our field officers, visited today, where you have fewer number of people, you see the beavers working effectively, and then the people are coordinated and organized. But polling units that consistently have been, flashpoint remains flashpoint, that you have some, large turnout of people, and yet the machine is slow. The people who are manning these machines also, are not enough.
Now, my question is this. I try to, as we are slowing down, because we are literally counting down, because it's almost 4:30, and we'll be expecting another briefing from Professor Yakubu Mahmoud talking about the INEC chairman, and we'll be hoping to hear quite a number of things and clarifications on a number of issues. But before then, probably let me play the devil's advocate. We'll know our true number after the elections when the population census is actually conducted. Are we too big a nation? And is the geographical territory too vast that probably we're not cutting INEC enough slack? Because there are a lot of maybe force majeures that might play into INEC not performing their duty as much as or to the extent they should. Because you're talking about key performance indicators, but sometimes there are force majeures that you cannot legislate against. There are some things you cannot just envisage. Looking at all this, because INEC claimed they were ready. Now we're seeing things unravel.
But look, first and foremost, let's also appreciate the fact that we're not dealing with INEC just at the national level. At every state level, you have resident electoral commissioners.
As expected.
At every local government, you have the electoral officers, the EOs.
As necessary.
So the essence of, division of labor is for effective process to run smoothly. So if you're being an electoral officer in a local government, you should understand the terrain. You understand the logistic challenges. So it is not that Mahmoud is in Abuja and Mahmoud will supervise or superintend the logistic across the federation.
INEC has faced, of course, time after time, we hear that INEC offices in several states were burnt to the ground.
Not in Lagos here. We're looking at areas where the machines, the beavers, the polling unit where the beavers arrived late.
Yeah.
And areas where the beavers also were not functional, like in Rivers State. So these beavers are not warehoused in INEC office at the headquarters. They are all kept at the states. And they are distributed to local government before election, and then distributed also to rack centers 2 days before. And on the morning of the election, they are distributed to polling units. So that said, now you know the numbers, you registered the voters. You distributed the permanent voters card. So already you have the data of people you are expecting. You are conducting a party. You made provision for, you gave out 500 invitation cards. And you are preparing food and drinks. You prepared for 150 people. And you say, oh, you see, we should cut you some slacks. In Lagos, they will even tell you if you distribute 500 invitation cards, make room for 1,500 people. You know, so it is the same thing here. So you have the data, you gave out the cards. In some areas, you prepare that everybody you gave card to will turn out. And so the law has made robust provision for you. If a machine is deployed and it's failed, there's room to deploy another one. In your press briefing, you also assured people that, look, we have backup machine. This machine, the way it works is that it doesn't need, internet. So you allay the fears of people. There are areas where they have security challenges, like the chairman has said. Those ones are force majeure. There are areas where you have mishap. Those ones are, issues beyond your control. But the ones within your control, you were the ones that conducted the registration, you distributed the cards, the machines belong to you, you printed the materials, and then you employed the ad hoc staff. You requested for money, budget, to manage the process. On the day of the election, ad hoc staffs, some of them are complaining that they have not been paid. Materials are not enough in some areas. And the machines are not functional. And in areas where they are functional, your staff can't attend to the number of turnout. You would have envisaged all of this. I agree the process is not as easy. No, it's not. But you were given time to prepare for it. And this comes once in 4 years.
Let me add to that. So we don't want to make excuses for regression in leadership. We want results. We want success. We want to move forward. If a position is too big for someone to execute as we expect it to be executed, they should hand over. They should ask for more help. They should solicit support in every way, shape, or form. If there was more money that was needed, speak about it, speak up. We want that when we put someone in a position, we want them to deliver in a seamless manner, not in a manner that will bring upon additional hardships. We're tired of hardships. We want progress. We say, oh, Nigeria has 200 million, a population of 200 million people, so maybe it was difficult for INEC. No, I wouldn't even give that excuse. Because let me give a scenario. A company, Amazon, has over 160 million customers. Amazon delivers on time. So you pull in these various parties that need to help you execute.
You're advertising for them.
Well, I'm just saying, that's just an example. Amazon delivers. If I order today, I get it when they say I would get it. And I wouldn't listen to excuses. We as Nigerians, we need to start standing up for what our rights are. It's no excuse for INEC to tell Nigerian citizens that there's substantial reason for this election to not hold at your polling unit, so it's going to be discarded. Every vote deserves to count. That's what we've worked so hard for. We've all known that the elections today would hold. There was no postponement, and we expect that it would hold and that every Nigerian's vote should count.
All right, Torira, my concern right now is the issue of the possibility of apathy. Those who are aggrieved, if they don't find any closure today regarding their ability to vote with their PVCs and everything, what becomes of them? And governorship election is just right around the corner. So are they encouraged in any way to vote?
You also need to look at the voters' behavior. Nigerians take the presidential election more seriously, and every other election they are uninterested. And
that's,
so,
I guess you could call that tunnel vision. It's all about.
Yes. So there's a focus on just one election. A lot of people want to participate. The other one, they feel not too interested. But ordinarily, the one that should interest us most should be the local government election. If the structure, the proper structure of governance were in place, where the government at the local level should be more important than the man who is even the president, because the president drives policies, plans, and programs. But the government that should be closest and it should deliver projects, dividends, what we call dividends of democracy, should be the grassroots at the bottom. But unfortunately, it is not so. And then also, we also use this as an excuse. Let me tell you, until in 2019, we had to be going to people's houses to come out and vote. I'll tell you, it's the same thing with the same people. Even at some point, some persons describe Nigeria as a zoo. We don't want to be part of it. Until Peter Obi came into and then they suddenly realized that, oh, look, we have a candidate we believe in. It shouldn't be so also. You should consistently participate in the process, join political parties, make a change. So you don't have to wait for a messiah to come before you now suddenly wake up to say we want to be part of the process. And if you say today, yes, INEC, with what had happened, you'll be disenfranchised, so I don't want to participate in the process next time, what that will do for INEC is also give them excuse not to prepare for you when you eventually want to participate. With what has happened, yes, it's disappointing, it's frustrating. And I also think that INEC should find a foreclosure to it. But if the event that they are not, I would say we shouldn't relent. Nigerians should not relent. They shouldn't be frustrated because we don't have institutions. What we have are, institutions dictated according to the whims and caprices of the person who is occupying the place. And so the tendency for them to want to frustrate you out of the process will be there. And if you allow them, it becomes...
Okay, sorry to have cut you short, but let's actually just go to our Abuja studio and let's bring in a member of the CDD Election Analysis Center, Jack Jackson. He joins us from our Abuja studios. We want to say thank you very much. And Jack, just bringing you in on this. Let's start it off. So far, so good. Give us your assessment as the elections are still going on. And results are being collated. Talk to us. Give us your overview of the 2023 general elections.
Okay, thank you so much for the CDD Electoral Analysis Center. We have some key indicators with which we use to measure the performance of the election and conduct our analysis, and we call them the 5 I's, and this includes variables like identity, information distortion, as well as insecurity. And so far, from our preliminary reports we've gotten so far from our observers, about 4,900 observers that are deployed all over Nigeria. The analysis and reports we've gotten so far, the key issues that we have now is the issue of the institution capacity, as well as insecurity. With regards to institution capacity, we are referring to the electoral empire, INEC itself. And so far, so good. We got reports across the country of late arrival of materials and late arrival of INEC staff to the field. And we also hear about pockets of issues where the beavers fail to accredit the voters instantly. So that's extended the time electors had to wait on the queue to vote. And from our analysis, part of the concerns, logistics concerns, which we mentioned earlier, the pre-election press briefing we gave, we mentioned earlier with regards to how quick and how swift electoral materials will get to the polling units. Places across, especially in the coastal communities of the Niger Delta, where the communities have this difficult terrain of moving materials from the INEC office in Yenegua, for instance, or Port Harcourt, for instance, into the creek. So that caused some delays and for electors to get accredited on time and also vote on time. We also got feedbacks, although some unconfirmed reports of insecurity challenges too. that's happened across the country, across the zones, in the South and Southwest zone. But our team is still working and monitoring those reports closely to confirm the veracity of those reports. So far so good. That's what we've gotten so far.
All right, Jack Jackson of the CDD, we will come back to you shortly, but we have to go to our correspondent in Kano State. Benga Ashiru, what more can you tell us where you are?
Thank you, Aaron and Nee. What more can I say? Indeed, no other city in Nigeria tells of massive turnout. As you can see here, we are live at the Jigiria polling center. We reported earlier on about the massive turnout that some people at this polling center have been here since as early as 6 a.m. But unfortunately, voting started very late. But we understand that voting started as late as 1 p.m. It's quite unfortunate that for a set of people that have what you can call a deeply religious ideology, very determined to tell their story, to own their story, they are still here. And I tell you, indeed, vigilance is the eternal child of liberty. These people are really determined to tell their story, and they have a high sense of ideology when it comes to choosing their leaders. And as you can see eloquently here, the massive turnout of voters. What a sight to behold when you talk about a political pageantry of Kano people. But let's try to find out what is the reason for this delay. As you can see, it's also an unfortunate paradox that the massive deployments did not go well in terms of crowd control. You can see children that are obviously minors at this polling center, which should not be. This polling center is a very important one because it contains about 17 polling units. That tells you how significant this polling center is. But you can journey along with me to find out from the officials of INEC why voting is coming this late. Hello. Hello. Sorry. Okay. This is from Arise News. Can you just tell us the process so far? We understand that voting started around 1 p.m.
Please, I have nothing to say. Please, I have nothing to say.
Okay. Please, can you speak to us?
Sir,
how has been the process so far in terms of the voting process?
it was good. Everything is moving smoothly.
Okay, so why did voting, we understand voting started at 1 p.m. Is that true?
No, it's not true. It started at like 12 p.m.
12 noon?
Yes.
Okay, but voting was made to commence 8:30 p.m. So what was the reason for the delay?
So me, I was here since yesterday. I was waiting for the materials to come, but unfortunately they delay us.
Did you try to find out why the voting materials got here late?
No, I was just waiting.
Hello?
No.
Okay. But any reason so far why the materials got here late?
I don't know the reason.
Do you feel secured because we can see barely almost a light presence of security here? What can you tell us about security in this center?
No, the security are doing their best.
You can see the response from the officials quite understandably that
Okay. Permit me coming at this point because there were reports that Kwankwaso's polling units, there were clashes between NNPP supporters and APC supporters, that there were heavy presence of the military after the clash. Talk to us, confirm that to us. Did anything like that happen? Because you were there.
Yeah, you know, I told you earlier on, Aaron, that we will be departing for the Kwakwanso polling unit at Madubi local government, which was just about 2 hours drive from Jigiriya local government. So we got there quite early. We captured the sights and sounds. Indeed, there were some pockets of skirmishes. A major one where we could not really ascertain what the root of the matter. But what we gathered there was that the supporters of Kwakwanso, who understandably were members of that stronghold, who the majority of the voters seem to be a supporter of the Kwakwanso movement, that's NMPP. But they saw a car that came in with some materials, and they demanded to know the contents of the materials. And when we got there, the driver immediately took off. So it was after that we reported the barely little or no presence of security. In fact, there wasn't any security presence as at that time when we reported this case. But immediately we saw immediate deployment of both the military and other security forces at the polling center at Kwakwanso local government area today, immediately after the incident.
Very good, Benga. Just a quick one here. Can you confirm the composition of those voting around you? Because we saw some kids, and the very thought of underage voting, shouldn't be a limelight here. What can you tell us about those young people around you?
Like I reported earlier, the crowd control is awfully poor. Is nothing to write home about, and that must have presumably given way to it must have presumably given way to children penetrating this polling center, which shouldn't be, because by law the age bracket, the minimum age bracket to participate in this exercise are from 18 years old. So, but we can see obviously the penetration, the presence of children at this polling center, and likewise at Kwakwanso local government area at Madubi, Kwakwanso polling center at Madubi local government area. So this is a big minus indeed for the credibility of this election process.
All right, the Independent National Electoral Commission released the data and said that for those that collected the PVCs, Kano ranks second, just behind Lagos State. Is this reflective in the turnout of voters today?
That does not reflect the presence of what we've seen at all the polling centers we've visited. We've seen the presence of children at the polling centers, and they are obviously minors. But if they are here as spectators, we've not been able to ascertain if they are here as voters or as spectators. But it would have been better if that was clearly controlled by the security agencies. They shouldn't have allowed minors to participate in this process, whether as spectators or as voters. You recall that the IGP earlier announced the deployment of 400,000 security agents, but this is a far cry from that.
Shiri reporting from Kano State. Many thanks for the update. Now, in other news, the presidential and National Assembly elections was conducted in a peaceful atmosphere in Maiduguri, Borno State, where the vice presidential candidate of the APC Senator Kashim Shettima cast his vote. Now, despite the delay in commencement of the electioneering process at Shettima Kukawa polling unit 023 due to late deployment of election staff and materials, the APC vice presidential candidate Kashim Shettima said he was overwhelmed with the turnout of voters.
I fervently believe, and every patriot in this country believes so, that what unites us surpasses whatever that divides us. What is important for us as a people, irrespective of differences in political affiliations, religious persuasions, tribal or sectional background. It's after the election is all and done. We hope we need to unite for the greater good of the nation. The hope for the black man rests with the people of this country. 1 out of every 4 black men is a Nigerian. We can't afford to mess up this nation. This is why I want to call on all our compatriots to go out and exercise their franchise. I just did mine about 30 minutes ago. I'm an eternal optimist, and I'm also a political realist and a strategist. I believe we are going to win this election.
And meanwhile, the Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai, says he has received reports that ballot boxes and beavers machines were snatched in some polling units in southern Kaduna. Speaking to newsmen at the polling unit in Ugwan Saraki, El-Rufai said that the snatching of ballot boxes is inconsequential because of the technology being put in place by INEC. The governor also expressed displeasure with the low voter turnout in the state.
So far, up to the time I came here, everything has been going on smoothly. There have only been 3 incidents. Last night, a rice mill was attacked by people suspected to be PDP thugs. The police is investigating. This morning, we got reports of 1 incident in southern Kaduna where beavers or ballot boxes were snatched, and in Soba where there was another incident of 2 ballot boxes being snatched. Of course, these are no incidents at all, because whether you snatch ballot boxes or beavers or not, these days it doesn't matter. The technology has gone beyond the primitive rigging system that the political actors are used to. So I must commend INEC for these improvements. So far, everything appears orderly across the state. All the reports we are getting are positive. My only concern is low voter turnout. People are not coming out to vote. I want to use the opportunity to appeal to everyone to please come out. You have once in 4 years opportunity to pick your leaders, and you should take it seriously. It is the leaders that you select today that will run the affairs of your state and your country for the next 4 years.
Kaduna's Governor El-Rufai there. And after casting his vote at his hometown of Otueke in Bayelsa State, former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, expressed confidence in the 2023 electoral process, while also noting that it can be consolidated upon in the subsequent exercise.
I thank all of you that are involved in the electoral process. The election, the INEC staff, the media people, the security and the government for where we have reached. Sometimes things look so easy, but practically things a bit difficult. But I'm happy that at least I have voted. I was a bit worried when I got here by 8:30 and there was nobody. But this is almost 12, but at least I have voted. That means that the election have commenced in this, at least in this unit, maybe some parts of the world, and the materials are yet to get there. But we have tried to have started the elections. My wish for Nigeria is for us to conduct a peaceful election. For us who are politicians, our conduct matters a lot. And I always tell politicians that, look, yes, you can win election through unorthodox means, just like using violence to win elections or buying votes and so on. But when you do that, you are behaving like an armed robber or a con man. Armed robber makes money through robbery, but everybody knows that it's an armed robber. A con man makes money through deceiving people, but everybody knows that it's a con man. They are not decent members of society. Politicians are supposed to be decent members of society. So we must conduct our affairs very credibly, that both our supporters, our relatives, and so on should know that politics is a clean business and allow people to vote who they want at any level of election. My plea is we, the politicians, the security people, the INEC operatives, should do the best for the country. The whole world is looking at us. So many senior global citizens are in Nigeria because of these elections. They want us to succeed, and we must not fail. Yes, the beaver is improvement on the corridor, and I believe it will be better than the corridor. I don't think we are moving backward. We may still have some issues. It's technology. Even your phone, you have problems with your phone. Even if you buy one of the best smartphones, sometimes you still have problems. So I'm not expecting that your country, that the beaver machines will work perfectly, but it's a significant improvement. And at least there's an attempt to improve on the methodology. The only thing I request from INEC is that in terms of distributing materials, this should improve on that. Because it appears they are using the same method to distribute materials. A place like Bayelsa State, we have only 105 wards. In fact, by 8:30, it's really before 8:30. I've been observing elections in other countries. In most cases, everybody will be ready 30 minutes before the voting time. Everybody will be ready, including the voters who vote. Everybody will queue waiting just for that time based on the law. But here, to 12, before we vote, that is not acceptable.
Arise News correspondents have been covering the elections, but now what is the situation in Edo State? Adibe Emeyon, a reporter with our sister publication, This Day newspaper, joins us to give us live updates. Adibe, I want to say thank you very much. We heard about disruptions of elections in Edo State. What can you tell us? Hello, Adibe? Yeah. I think we've lost him materially. They would try to... All right, so we have live pictures. We've been expecting this briefing. It's 20 minutes late, but nevertheless, INEC Chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, is briefing the press.
The United Nations and head of the UN Office for the West Africa and the Sahel. I also saw Comrade Chris Isibuzo, President of the Nigeria Union of Journalists. But I have also seen my colleagues from different parts of Africa. So permit me to recognize Mr. Saka Lafia, Chairman of the Electoral Commission of Benin Republic. Thank you, Mr. Lafia. Thank you very much. We also have Mr. Aliu Momar Njai, Chairman, Electoral Commission of the Gambia. We have our own sister, Mrs. Jean Mensah, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. And then another sister, Davideta Lansana Brown, Chairperson, Electoral Commission of Liberia. Another sister of ours from Southern Africa, Mrs. Elsie Ngikembua, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. We have Barrister Issa Kasuna, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Niger Republic. We have Justice Jacobs Mwambakele, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Tanzania. And then my good friend, Mohamed Kone, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone. And there are other officials of other electoral commissions. So ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the second briefing of the day. Our intention at this briefing is essentially to give you an update. Some questions were asked in the morning. We said we will provide an update. The first one is the attack in Goza. Goza is in Borno State. And I want to report that the military has confirmed that it was an 81 millimeter mortar attack on two facilities, including a filling station near INEC office, but no damage to INEC facilities and no casualties. Some people were injured and they're in hospital. We wish them a speedy recovery, but no destruction of INEC facilities and no disruption of the electoral process. So that is the update on Goza. Unfortunately, we continue to lose some of the bimodal voter accreditation system devices. I reported in the morning the loss of devices in Delta and in Safana local government area of Katsina State. But unfortunately, we also lost 3 Beavers machines in Ayamelu in Anambra State. But we have recovered from all these losses because we have contingency arrangement to respond to any such attack. There were issues arising from the commencement of the process in Abia, in Imo, and in Kebbi, among other places. I'm happy to say that the process is right now ongoing in Abia. The polling units will remain open well beyond the appointed hour until the last person on the queue spread across 7 local government areas. And the situation in Kebbi State is stable. Voting is going on mainly in Birnin Kebbi, but earlier it affected Birnin Kebbi and a part of Argungu, but mainly in Birnin Kebbi, but voting is ongoing. But we have a situation in Bayelsa State, particularly in the capital, Yenagoa, where in 4 wards, wards 4, 6, 8, and 14, involving 141 polling units, the process was disrupted. We remobilized security. The situation is calm for us to proceed with the process, but the youth corps members express some apprehension of going back. So we met with the security agencies and we have decided that voting in these 141 polling units where the materials are actually intact will take place tomorrow morning. Remember, we're not only doing presidential election, but we're also doing senatorial and federal constituencies. So it's good as much as possible to recover and conduct the elections so that we can conclude the processes. So the youth corps members who are going to serve as presiding officers and other categories of ad hoc staff are agreeable to the election holding in these locations tomorrow. In Lagos, we have been closely following the situation in Okota, Mofoluku, Oshodi, and Elegushi. We have been able to normalize the situation in a number of places, including Ikate, where voting is ongoing. So we'll keep our eyes on the processes in the other areas that I have mentioned. Polling units in a large number of areas closed, and sorting and counting of ballot papers have commenced. Between the last briefing and this one, we have taken a proactive step by meeting with the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. The idea is to strengthen security as we move to the next stage of the process, which is the collation of results in locations where voting have been concluded at the polling units. I would also like to say that in Edo State, We had a situation that we handled yesterday. One of the parties whose acronym is on the result sheets, but the logo is not on the ballot paper, in a federal constituency. After meeting with the stakeholders, the decision was taken, since the materials are intact, to countermand the election. So we have suspended the election for Esan North, Esan South, and Igweben. The ballot papers will be reprinted, and the election will now hold along with the state constituency elections on the 11th of March. That is in the next 2 weeks. We are determined that no Nigerian should and would be disenfranchised. So we have been responding to some of the situations as they arise, and we are going to do so overnight. There may be no opportunity for us to brief Nigerians again between now and tomorrow, but if need be, we'll make an announcement and do a briefing before we then open the collection center tomorrow. So this is the update on the situation nationally. But as I said, observers, the media, and all others are also keeping their eyes on the processes, and would like to hear from you what you have seen and what more we need to do. In my earlier briefing, I said that the technology actually optimally performed, generally speaking. We're really happy nationwide. This is the first deployment in a major national election, and the technology has given a good account of itself. Yes, we have lost ballot boxes here and there, but it appears that the target of thuggery is now the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS. But we will continue to protect the process, and will continue to proceed courageously to ensure that we conclude this in a very free, fair, and credible manner. We are willing to listen to your comments and take suggestions and observations. But as I said, we are in the middle of the election. So we'll take a maximum of 3 interventions, because we have to go back to the situation room and to continue to monitor the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, INEC. Please, if you want to ask any question, maybe make your observations or make any comment, kindly indicate. The mic will be brought to you.
Good evening, Chairman. My name is Harry Awurumibe. I report for Prompt News, online newspapers. Mine is, you mentioned when you were briefing us that beavers, from the information you have gathered across the nation, have performed optimally. But then the bad guys are targeting beavers. And knowing now, and you've met with the chiefs of security, now counting has started. And those beavers are going to be brought to racks. And the bad guys, especially in Lagos, and I'm from Imo State, or Kigwe in particular, Olo, Osu, they're gonna target the beavers and hijack them. What are you doing about that?
Okay. Good evening, the chairman. Good evening, colleagues. I am Princess Ekwi Ajide of the Anambra Broadcasting Service. Sir, I want to know what will happen to the results that will emanate from Urokwe Primary School and Umwezilibu Hall or Zobolo, where the Ad hoc workers did not come, but voters volunteered and started the work. So incidentally, in some places, they voted, they did the accreditation and waited for some hours before they started voting. So what will be the outcome of the result from that place? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman. My name is Ogochukwu Okoronkwa and I report for Radio Nigeria. A colleague of mine that went to vote at Tunga Maje FCT Health Center polling unit said that out of the 5 polling units, that thugs came and made away ballot boxes belonging to 007 and 014. He now said that the people now mobilized and started beating them before the police came, dispersed the people, and later now went out again with the ballot boxes and the ad hoc staff. So for people that were supposed to vote at 007 and 014, voting ended for them. So she's now asking, will there be another opportunity for them to vote, or is that the end of the voting experience for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Please
Sorry, just follow up, sir.
Honorable Chairman to answer those questions, please.
Okay,
Please.
sorry, I crave your indulgence. I know that there are many, many people who have many, many good questions to ask and suggestions to make, but we are in the middle of an election and we have to go back to our situation room. That's why we have limited the interventions to 3. I'm sure there'll be another opportunity for us to respond, to hear from Nigerians. After all, in our situation room, we have the ICCC, the INEC Citizens Contact Center, and through our social media handles, you can still contact us live and direct, and we will be able to respond to the issues you have raised. And so many Nigerians have been responding and drawing our attention to situations to which we have in turn also been responding. So I crave your indulgence. I'll respond to these 3 quick interventions, and then we go back to our situation room. The first one is the security of the beavers, particularly now that we are going to the next stage. At the polling units, remember, after the ballot papers have been sorted out and counted, and the result sheets duly signed by the presiding officers and the agents of political parties, will snap the picture of that result sheet and upload on the IREV portal. So the question is, what happens? This is partly why I said in my opening statement that we met with the security chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Security and Civil Defense. Yes, people are targeting the beavers, but remember also, in our planning for the election, we have made contingency arrangement. In none of these areas where the beavers was targeted was election not held as a result of the absence of the beavers. The highest number came, as I said, from Safana local government area of Katsina State. And as I said earlier in my first briefing, the police working with the commission have arrested the hoodlums and recovered 3 out of the 6 beavers, and the manhunt for the other people is ongoing. So we have taken sufficient measures to make sure that we protect the beavers' machines. Remember, we'll use the same machines in the next 2 weeks for the governorship and state assembly elections. So we're not joking with this situation at all. It's critical to the conduct of credible elections. Princess from the Anambra Broadcasting Service, results emanating from a primary school where voters volunteered to conduct the election. I know that the Commission appreciates the work of volunteers. That's why we rely on ad hoc staff or temporary staff. But these are staff engaged by the Commission, not staff who engage themselves on behalf of the Commission as good Samaritans. So I'm not aware of the specific details of this situation you described in Anambra, but as soon as we go back to the situation room, I will place a call to our resident electoral commissioner in Anambra State. So we'll find a way of dealing with this situation. Finally, the issue of Tungamaji raised by our sister from Radio Nigeria, that thugs made away with some of the election materials before voting could be concluded. So are we now going to resume voting in these locations again? So what we'll do immediately after this meeting is to call our resident electoral commissioner for the Federal Capital Territory and find out exactly what the situation is. Surely, if there are still voters on the queue at Tungamaji, what I have described earlier will apply to that location as well. Anybody who was on the queue before 2:30 will be allowed to vote, even if voting goes well beyond the official closing hours of the polling unit. So we'll find out as soon as we leave this place. So once again, I thank you and I thank Nigerians for their understanding and patience. We are making really very, very steady progress and will continue to ensure that nothing truncates our democracy or truncates the will of the Nigerian people. Our allegiance is to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and our commitment is to the Nigerian people. I thank you very much. But before we close, in case there is need to issue another statement again, we will at short notice inform the media because they are here. But as a matter of course, I would like to invite you at midday tomorrow for the official opening of the National Collation Center for the 2023 general elections. We hope later tomorrow, we expect to have some of the results of the election coming from the states, particularly for the presidential election. So the situation room, the collation center for the presidential election will be opened at midday tomorrow, Sunday, the 26th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of INEC, we thank all of you for coming, especially the heads of electoral commissions of sister Africa countries. Thank you.
So it's not only Nigerians. Before we get to what the INEC chairman said, it's not only the Nigerians. We're talking about that, myself and my colleagues and our guests, that it's not only Nigerians who are interested in Nigeria's elections, as we've been told. Nigeria's elections are the equivalent of the elections of all the other 14 countries in West Africa put together. And if you go to other parts of Africa, it's probably more countries involved. But to speak to what the INEC chairman talked about, he did recognize the presence, he began by recognizing the presence of some of those other heads of electoral bodies who are attending this elections. He gave an update on the beavers, which has now become the subject of attack in many areas, saying that the commission had made contingency arrangements for many of those beavers and had in fact replaced the ones that had been stolen. He also notes that voting is going on in Imo and Abia, where they had been disrupted, including by those who took away the beavers earlier. The same is happening in Birnin Kebbi and Gungu in Kebbi State. He says that's the elections are now underway. In Kebbi State, the disruptions had affected more than 200 polling units, particularly in Birnin Kebbi, and that the elections will now hold in those particular units tomorrow. He also gave an update on some of what we had been reporting in some parts of Lagos, Oshodi and Ikate in particular, where he said that the situation had been brought under control. and that in the case of, I believe it is Ikate, that the elections have resumed in that, but that they're keeping a close eye on the other areas from where disruptions had been reported. The ANEC chairman also spoke about meeting with the heads of security agencies, particularly the National Security Advisor and the Inspector General of Police, possibly to strengthen security and as the processes now move into the collation, counting, and of course movement of the results stage. He talked about suspending the elections in Esa North, South, and Igweben in Edo State, owing to the omission of a political party, particularly in those affected areas, and that the Commission is strengthening security all around, and that it hopes that Nigerians will continue to cooperate with it as it takes on the onerous task of this election and ensuring that it is successfully concluded. The INEC chairman ended the briefing, of course, by inviting all to the opening, the formal opening of the Collation Center, which was where he was addressing us from, at noon tomorrow. That venue will be the Collation Center for the results of this election, particularly for the announcement of the results of the presidential election, but it will be formally opened tomorrow at noon. And he says any other briefings that will happen between now and then, there will be due notification for all. A summary of what the INEC chairman did talk about in this second briefing of today.
I'm not sure if you also mentioned Yenagua, because he talked about
Indeed, he did. He talked about Yenagua
disrupted and the NYSC ad hoc staff's fears.
Now expressing apprehension about going back in. I mean, if we take a look, I was asking Mr. Lawal a little bit earlier while we had the break about talking about those ad hoc staff, particularly the youth coppers who are posted to these onerous duties in areas where many of them have never been before. They're probably not familiar with the language or the topography and so on, and they have this all-important duty. And one expects that they will perform it to the very best of their ability. In the case of Bielsa, the INEC chairman himself admitting now that there's some level of apprehension on the part of those ad hoc staff about going back in, especially for elections that may now run through the course of the night. And I believe our guests had talked about this issue of the exercise going on through the night. But it's not only in the outlying areas. Let me come to you, before I come to you in Abuja, let me allow Mr. Lawal conclude. But I want you particularly to reference this issue of some of what is going on in the areas that where we probably may not have even thought, the Togon Marsh area that was mentioned in Abuja, where the voter experience has also not been smooth. You know, are you saying? I mean, we've tended to highlight the fact that these are possibly isolated, especially considering the large number we're talking about, but they might be establishing some kind of pattern.
Yes, it's you will try to say if you're looking at this from a totally non-partisan approach.
Absolutely,
you're going to notice that these volatile areas, I think, kind of have something in common: poor political literacy, a push towards maybe a nepotic support for a candidate, or a religious support for a candidate, or one of those parameters. I'll be honest, looking at the grand scheme of things, with the way the concept of INEC was built, state electoral commissions, and this to answer your question even up to the NYSC, state electoral commissions, if they were not so infiltrated by the so-called people, they run under state governors, if they were not so infiltrated, state electoral commissions were actually restructured so as to enable to provide INEC the power to conduct these elections. This is where nobody is even looking at or thinking of. But because they've been a little, how would I put it, behind the person playing the fiddle, you can't entrust a national election to them. Look at the mess they make of local governments and local government elections, which are within their purview. So I think because of this, which is the big problem nobody's looking at, we've had to rely on NYSC staff and then, come down to see this kind of situations where, because if to say a state had a full control or someone who was not just picked as a rec from somewhere else, you'd understand where would be a Lagosian will know where a flashpoint in Lagos would probably be. In Rivers State, someone from Rivers will know where a flashpoint would normally be. But because INEC is having to, and volunteerism is not quite a big thing in Nigeria, so we have this kind of issues happening.
In that kind of situation, let me come to Abuja and ask, let me start with you, Dr. Oluwatola. This issue of where we are now, the electoral process has tended to, in the previous elections, close elections that we have had, in many areas have had to go beyond the regular hours where it's daytime, everybody can see what's happening, into the wee hours. And that seems to be repeating itself in this particular election. Does that tend to affect the optimism you had displayed earlier on in our discussions about, this just being pockets of things and that, there's very little angle or opportunity for, many of these shenanigans. But we're seeing now that INEC's hands, shall we say, are being forced by the fact that this thing didn't start on time. There have been disruptions in some places, and in a drive not to disenfranchise those who have been affected, there is the need to allow the process be concluded, even if that means going on into the night.
Thanks, Ladi. I think that you're right on the point that there is definitely a need for voting to go on into the night, and a lot of civil society organizations had sounded an alarm that INEC might need to extend the voting timelines in certain parts of the country because of the logistical issues that INEC officials had in many cases, and in other cases, some of these incidents that we're seeing play out in various flashpoints across the country. So I think just along the lines of what I said earlier in the day, we would expect that voting will continue in many parts of the country into the wee hours of the night, and in some parts of the country, like Yenagua, we had seen reported earlier today that voting wasn't happening in many parts of Yenagua at all, where observers were reporting on the field. And now, with the words of the INEC chairman, quite frankly, I would say, comforting words from the INEC chairman, we now know that there are some states that will be voting up until tomorrow morning. And at the time that collation starts at noon, there will perhaps still be some states and some parts of the country where voting is still happening. I think what the overall point that we're trying to make here, that I'm trying to make here, is that our democracy has evolved, our democracy has grown. We cannot pat ourselves in the back that we're perfect, and there are many imperfections still with our democracy, but we have to acknowledge that that there's been progress. Yes, there are imperfections where people on the field are telling us that in places like Sokoto, there were sightings of many underage voters, that in many parts of the country, INEC of materials did not even get to certain places at all, up until at the point where the deadline for voting had almost arrived. There are parts where people with disabilities were disenfranchised by the fact that the polling units did not provide any sort of accommodation for them to vote. But even with those things that we see, and particularly the things that are happening in Lagos, even my own family member, my sister, was trying to vote in Ikate, and she experienced some of these things. So we know that these things are happening, but even so, we have to acknowledge that our electoral process has made significant progress, and we can only look forward to seeing, as we start to see the results coming from across the country. I'm particularly pleased to see what's happening across the Southeast, that there is a lot of peaceful voting happening in the Southeast, which historically, if we're being honest, in 2019, we had 22% turnout in the Southeast. And even in 2015, we had 36%. Historically, these are regions of the country that have been systematically disenfranchised with voter suppression. And we see pockets of that happening here and there, but we have to acknowledge that there's significant progress.
My question is to Mr. Johnson. How does INEC pick and choose? This is seeing as in this second briefing, he talked about Yenagoa and Edo and talked about the changes, what Dr. Idahosa called the doctrine of necessity, which appears to be taking place. But for earlier reports from our correspondents in, is it Anyocha Delta, and then another part of Anambra who said they haven't even seen any INEC ad hoc staff or material. And in Delta was a case of minimal voting materials, and they wanted everything to be there before voting begins. So, I mean, how does INEC address all of these issues?
Well, I think the chairman already responded, and he said that, he gave an example of some few places, and he explained that there are some places where machines are being supplied again after whatever happened, and voting is in process in those areas. And again, he said in some places, voting will take place tomorrow morning. I'm very sure that the same doctrine will be applicable to other areas too, like the place you mentioned in Anambra. And I think we'll have a fairly good election at the end of the day. However, we need to also perhaps take more reports, from the different part of the country to be able to situate this in context. Because if you have 176,000 polling units, and you have some of these unpleasant events in about 100, I don't think that is significant enough to discredit the process. It is only when it is run into.
I'm sorry that I have to interrupt you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you. We're going to go to a live report from our correspondent Olu Phillips, who is in another part of Lagos at this point. Olu, where exactly are you and what's going on?
Thank you very much, Ladi. We are at Alaba International Market here in Ojo local government. If you know, this place is one of the biggest franchise markets in Africa, as they claim. And incidentally, and perhaps disturbing, is the fact that most of the people standing behind me have not voted. And I'm just going to allow them to speak to Channels Television and to speak to the world on what exactly had happened here today. So, yes, exactly. So tell us your experience since morning.
My name is Mr. Arinze Nwebu. Here is your name? 06 unit. Here we have 06 A and B. Yes. Now, the issue we are having here now is that they brought only one machine. They brought only one machine, which is supposed to be two. One supposed to be B and one supposed to be A, which they brought only B. So most of the people that voted here is the people that has their own fall into B, while the A's did not vote. That is the people that are shouting here that they did not vote. That is the issue we are having in this place. So we don't know where they kept our machine, the second machine they're supposed to use here. That is the issue we are having here.
Okay, so what did they say is the challenge here?
They said that they forgot to bring the second one. They told us that they will bring it 4 hours ago. We waited till now. It's almost 5:30. We did not see them. So people here, they are all annoyed because they did not vote.
So you are a party agent. What's the challenge here since morning?
Okay, actually they arrived late. They arrived 11:30 today, and they promised to stay till 5 p.m. But the issue we're having here is that the beavers they brought is not working. Many of the people are not voting. Out of 100 voters, let's say 100, 90 are not accredited. Only 10. At every 10 voters, you see only one person that will accredited.
We're hearing from our correspondent Olu Phillips in the in the Alaba area. Of course, that requires attention. Okay, I understand that Olu Phillips was made to understand at the start that we were having some challenges with voting at all. But apparently, from what the witness reports, is not that there was no voting at all, but that there were some people who voted, there were others who didn't.
There's a policeman. Yeah, I know. Don't be Look at they have carried the pulling this thing. They have to go along with the pulling the box. Look at the box. So they have carried the box. They've carried the box.
All right. Well, that it's a developing situation there in Alaba. It's just to tell Olu to stay safe out there, even as events unfold.
This really speaks to the issue I was asking, Mr.
Who's that? Mr. Johnson.
Mr.
Yes,
Johnson
I was going to ask him to respond.
They run away, right? They run away. How did they come?
Some group, they were running, and we were trying to secure the bus.
Yeah.
They were trying. Come.
Where's the other bus?
Come.
The bus is here. The bus. The bus. Yeah. Okay, so
the buses were here.
We collected it back. We collected it.
Yes, we've collected it.
All right. So you can see it's a volatile area, and this is the situation we are having here. People being disenfranchised, and also some people coming to snag ballot buses. But luckily, this has been secured, and the people are all happy that it has been secured. And it's back to you in the studios.
Just to say that you should please stay safe. That was what I was saying out there as you report on these various unfolding scenarios. We've just got enough time. Mr. Johnson, I know I cut into your answer to Millicent's question, and so I'm going to give you just 1 minute to round up that, because we've got to end this segment at this point, and then I will take it from there. So your 1 minute starts now.
Well, clearly we should be careful. Maybe we should just advise the politicians to ensure that they do not create a scenario that we did not all want to see. The youthful population, they don't need so much of these, to get to get on the street. So we should be careful, what we're doing right now. After all said and done, we should all know that Nigeria is more important than any ambition. So maybe we should please advise them to let peace reign in the country by ensuring that they allow the process to go smoothly without any of these kind of issues. Because at the end of the day, who will win will win. Thank you.
Well, let me ask Mr. Dr. Oluwatola to close with this answer. You have 1 minute. So when you say our elections, our democracy has improved, bullet points, 1 minute, in which areas?
So, I think, like I've said earlier, it's important that that we note that our democracy has improved. We don't have a military man on the ballots this year. We've seen technology introduced into our system, and an electoral act that allowed ample time for INEC to do its job. Is it perfect? No, it's not. There are several things and several reports we're getting on the field, and many of those incidents have a systematic pattern of voter suppression, where certain candidates feel like they may be at a disadvantage, and that's what we're seeing on the field. But regardless of that, all of us as Nigerians have to recognize that these are isolated incidents, and it shouldn't be sufficient for us to make this country ungovernable, regardless of what the outcome of the voting is come tomorrow or Monday.
All right, Mr. Lawal, a number of people haven't voted. You have 1 minute to speak.
What should they do?
Okay, if I'm going to, from my own opinion and my own vision from what I've seen in Nigeria, the first thing I would advise is that I think Nigeria is a big enough country. We shouldn't try to brag too much as the giant of Africa. I think we should be able to stagger our elections. Pick 6 states randomly, an election, run it over a week. If we stagger this, we will be able to, because of number one, let's look at the poor number of security law enforcement agencies we have. 400,000 cannot secure 200 million. It's not possible. So I think if we stagger this, we might be headed somewhere. And I'll say political education needs to go on a very super rise. I think it should be inculcated into primary school education, secondary school education, because what we have as political education is not good enough for people to make informed choices. I can tell you that without looking at the ballot today, I can tell you that presidential will probably hit about a 40%. And when you get to Senate and House of Rep, the same ballots that were submitted the same day, there will be a drop of about 10% in people that participated in these two elections.
But that might also be because some of them are more interested in the number
the president,
one.
Yes,
absolutely.
Because it shows the poverty.
We want to appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Kunle Lawal, Executive Director, Electoral College Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. Kolawole Johnson, Data Analyst, Political Economist. Many thanks also to you, Dr. Tobi Oluwatola, Executive Director, Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development. Thank you both, and you here in the studio for joining us.
Indeed, as Millicent did point out, we'll be taking a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll be doing something slightly different from what we've been doing now that the stage of the electoral process has also changed. So still stay on board.
Everyone dreams of owning a home, but not everyone has the budget. We understand this, and that's why at Meridian Park Estate, everyone has a fair chance to own a home in Ajah and environs. Over the years, we have consistently and creatively delivered homes at prices that beat the market by about 20% and still furnish them with a flexible plan that makes payment convenient. That's why when our clients fear for price, we confidently say, not even your budget can stop you. Don't let your budget stop you from owning a fully built 3-bedroom masonette duplex in Ajah for as low as 9.99 million naira key collection deposit and spread the balance over a period of 24 months. For more details and inquiries on how to save millions on a home in Ajah, visit www.meridianparkestate.com.
Become your best self with new and exciting data plans from 9Mobile. Visit www.9mobile.com.ng or any of our 9Mobile Experience Center.
9Mobile, here for you, here for Naija.
Country people, the time don't reach where we go choose who go rule us for Obodo Naija. Election na our life and destiny. Make we come out, go vote. Plus, make we not allow any Ijaguda person cause begin for that day. You will be Naija youth. Instead of mass goals for election day, make you carry your thumb. Where be your power? Pack and put them for ballot paper. Naija women them. Your thumb. Feel make even your pikin be president. People will get disabilities who call. You get the ability to determine who the next president will be. So therefore, make all of us join body do vigilante so that Kasala no go boss for election day. Sharply go download just watch our mobile app for your Google Play Store. Now be the security man where go help us report anybody when we cause Kasala for election day. Now Justice Development and Peacemaker Center JDPMC for Osogbo with support from European Union. They call every man, woman, youth, person with disability. We get PVC, make them go vote for February 25 and March 11, 2023. Your thumb, now your power.
Me, I'm not afraid of that man.
Me too.
What can you really do?
I hope you people are discussing about paying me my rent.
Oga landlord, calm down. We are discussing about the upcoming elections.
Nonsense. Don't tell me to calm down. Your mates are at the Akamata Community Square selling their votes for 5,000 naira. But you are here doing what I don't know.
Oga landlord, do you know that 5,000 naira spread over the next 4 years is just 4 naira per day? Is this what we should sell our votes for? God forbid.
Oga landlord, wise up.
We must vote in the right people this time, instead of selling our votes to people who have nothing good to offer our community.
That one is your business. You ladies better go and collect yours, if that will help you gather my rent at the end of the month.
Do not listen to people like this landlord. Election is not a business venture. It is your civic duty to your country to help elect the right leaders who will create a better life for you and a great future for your children. Do not sell your future. Do not sell your vote. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking.
To register, call 0906 781 5830, 0802 302 7443. Visit the Eloquence Center at 36B Royal Palm Drive, Osborne Phase 2, Ikoyi, Lagos, or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
My guy, my brother, my blood. E no get waiting fall from sky, we ground no fit carry. We have been through a lot, and we still stand strong. If you remember, together we overcame monsters, battled the darkness, and even survived loss. But we became unbreakable, unstoppable. So guy, shake off the bad vibe. Face the world with your full chest. Because this life, forget, you and me, now we go run out.
watching the 2023 verdict here on Channels Television. And yes, we're still covering the general elections, presidential and National Assembly elections.
Have you voted? I'm just asking. And for those who haven't voted, of course, yeah, you can, so long as the line is still open, you can still vote. And Millicent gave us that information the other time. If you have videos, pictures you want to share with us, 2023 verdict at channelstv.com. That's where to send it. It's right there on your screen.
So we're doing something different now. Mr. Ladi will be joining us soon at another time. But right now, joining us here is Babajide Musowo, our data specialist.
Thank you, Millicent. We're doing magic this time.
Well, I can see that. Start with the magic of IREV. I'm wondering, because unfortunately, of course, it's too late for me to register, but how far so far? Because many people would expect that by now results will start dropping, right?
So IREV was meant to be the magic portal.
Like the one you have here.
IREV was the magic one. We wouldn't say it's not yet the magic one. We're still waiting for the results. And hopefully within the next 60 minutes, we will see the power of the IREV. We'll see the results start coming up. But speaking of results, there's something I'd like to share with you.
Okay.
It's exactly 9 years past half a century. On this same day in 1964, Millicent, an unknown boxer, Cassius Clay, defeated the heavyweight champion of the world, Sonny Liston. The bookmakers had predicted that Cassius Clay was not going to be able to do it. So to the Ayo, we're going to definitely make history, because the question Nigerians are asking is, will Nigeria see another heavyweight hit the canvas? And whatever scenario you look at it, just as it happened on this day in 1964, when Muhammad Ali defeated Sonny Liston, a heavyweight champion in Nigeria today will be defeated. Who will it be? Hopefully some of this analysis will give you some insights as to what exactly the results would look like.
I'm certainly looking forward to it. So can we go there?
Oh, surely.
It is similar to what our colleague said earlier about seventh, the number seven and the spiritual meaning.
Okay, so you said we want to start with Abia State, right? So
yes, we could look at all the zones. Let's look at Abia State, one of the 5 states in the southeast. What exactly is going on in Abia? Based on the reports from INEC, 1.9 million people have picked up their PVCs. All of them will be using their PVCs across 4,050 polling units. The challenge is how many of those that have collected PVCs in Abia State will come out to vote. If we look at what happened in 2019, just about 21% of those that picked up their PVCs 4 years ago came out to vote. But let's still look at what is happening in Abia in 2023. Today, when we see, what we understand by the distribution of INEC is most of those that have collected their PVCs, most of the voters in Abia live in Abia South. And so when the results from IREV starts popping out, we want to focus on what exactly is going on in Abia South, especially Ukwa West, Ukwa East, Obingwa, Aba North, Aba South. In Abia State, Abia South, that Abia South zone, across the 3 zones is where the big numbers are, followed by Abia Central. So we're looking at, as the result starts coming in, what is going on in Abia South and Abia Central. But Millicent, apart from the current situation, we need to ask ourselves, where will all the magic take place? Let's take a look at where the magic took place in 2011.
I was also wondering what's happening in other parts.
Here are the facts. Across all of Abia, in 2011, the PDP won all the local governments in Abia State, all the local governments, scoring more than 1.1 million votes. The ACN then scored less than 5,000 votes. Again, 2011, PDP all the way, all across Abia State. But what then happened in 2015? If we take a look at the trends in 2015, same thing. PDP won all the local governments in Abia. Abia South, Abia North, everywhere was green for PDP in 2015. The APC scored less than 15,000 votes, the PDP 368,000 votes.
So it's quite significant that the number of voters dropped, right?
Yes, the number of voters dropped, and that was why, because the PVC. So the challenges we've seen is that we saw high numbers pre the permanent voter card collection. Now that we have the PVCs, we are perhaps seeing the reality of how many people are voting in the states.
in real time. And these are also figures from previous elections. It's also interesting the dynamics coming today in the elections in Abia, because they've also been experiencing some delays with voting and then insecurity.
Experiencing some delays, but when the voters do come out, you remember what happened in 2011? Remember what happened in Abia in 2015? Let's take a look at what happened in Abia 4 years ago. The APC was only able to win 2 local governments, Bende and Isokoto. So what we've seen is Abia, like most other states in the Southeast, have voted PDP. In other words, if you look at the trends, since the PDP was formed, the PDP has never lost the Southeast. For Abia State, it has always been PDP. Will that stay the same? We do not know. Looking at the history, we see that no one has been able to snatch PDP outside Abia State. But beyond Abia, let's take a look at another state. Let's look at what's going on in Enugu. Or we could even look at Anambra. If we look at Enugu, we could stay here on Anambra. We see that as of today, 2.6 million permanent voter cards have been picked up in Anambra. They'll be used across 5,714 polling units. But where are the big numbers from Anambra? Anambra Central and Anambra South. Those are the numbers voters are waiting for. But let's look at the trends. What exactly has been going on in Anambra in the last 3 presidential cycles? 2011, you see that. PDP all the way. PDP not only did it win all of Anambra, won every local government in Anambra. Second, in 2011, was CPC, less than 5,000 votes, compared to PDP's 1.1 million votes in 2011. What happened in 2015? If we take a look at Anambra in 2015, we'll also see the trends. All local governments in 2015 went the way of only one party, PDP, scoring 660,000 votes versus APC's votes less than 20,000 in 2015. Look at what happened in Anambra in 2019. And if we keep our eyes on 2019, these are the results in Anambra. Ayo.
I still go back to the numbers dropping.
Yes, we've seen the numbers dropping across all states, because what had happened was the permanent voter cards, people had voted using incidence forms. Now for this election, you have to have your permanent voter's card and use either your thumbprint or your fingerprint. But what we've seen in Anambra is in 2011, the PDP won all the local governments. In 2015, the PDP won all the local governments. In 2019, the PDP won all the local governments. In simple terms, it will be easier for the Pope to stop praying than for the PDP to give up Anambra State easily.
Can we say that across for Southeast as well?
And then we need to look at another state in the South. So let's look at what's going on in Enugu. In Enugu today, based on INEC's report, 1.99 million permanent voter cards, and INEC hopes that a lot of those in Enugu will vote across 4,141 polling units. Where are the big numbers from Anambra East? Anambra East is the region, is the zone where you have most of those that have registered. It's the same zone that you have most of those that have picked up their PVCs. We are looking at Nkanu, Enugu North, Enugu South, Enugu, Nkanu. Those are the numbers those that are voting in Enugu are looking out for. But more than these numbers, it is to look at again, will history repeat itself or will the trends change? Let's look at Anambra, Enugu in 2011. In 2011, again, all the local governments in Enugu went the way of one party. Let's look at 2015. In 2015, all the local governments in Enugu went to one party. Let's look at what happened in 2019. All the local governments in Enugu went to one party. Ayo, Millicent. 2015, Enugu did not surrender one local government. 2019, Enugu did not surrender one local government. So what we've seen is a trend where it has gone all to one local government in the last 12 years.
2 things you have to pay attention to as well, or speak to. In 2019, the votes of the lower party, of the second placed party, rose over the years, 2011, 2015, and 2019. And you gave the the Cassius Clay example the other time, saying that I want to believe that you are building up to that Cassius Clay moment, right?
Yes, we're building up to the Cassius Clay moment. If we look at Enugu in 2011, we see the big numbers. ACN came second, less than 2,000 votes.
Yep.
2015, APC had a bit more votes.
Yep.
PDP less votes.
Exactly.
2019, PDP 355,000 votes. APC came second, 54,000 votes. APC still had a margin, so PDP still had a margin in excess of 200,000 votes. Yeah. The question is, what will happen in 2022? However,
2023.
In 2023, what's going to happen and when the results start coming out? But the trend shows that Enugu East and Enugu North will determine who wins, like it has always done in Enugu, who wins this election. Don't forget.
In that state.
In that state. Okay. In that state. Don't forget, the trend shows one party across all local governments in the last 3 presidential elections. Another interesting state from the southeast is Ebonyi. Let's look at Ebonyi at the moment and how the distribution.
Just a moment, Chide. I was hoping that you get to that Cassius Clay moment, because obviously there is another player that seems to be playing up a lot more now, right?
There's another player that is playing up more now. But if we look at the trends, the Labour Party in the last election, in all of the southeast states, the Labour Party scored less than 3,000 votes across the southeast. Statement of fact. Now the challenge is, will Labour Party be able to wave a magic wand to be able to move from 3,000 votes based on its candidates to hundreds of thousands of votes? That is the challenge. Will that happen? We'll have to wait for the results. We don't know. What we can only do is to look at the situation in Ebonyi today and look at what happened in the past. In the past, sometimes allows us to predict the present, or sometimes history does not repeat itself.
It's interesting that you are only staying on, we are only staying on the southeast for now, with the little time that we have, just about 3-4 minutes now to go.
And I was going to say that ABGA, I mean, where do you see, where does that play? Does that play any role in this? Do you see any surprises at all?
I'll keep my personal comment and I'll just focus on the facts. Let's look at the last state in the southeast, Imo. And then we might probably be able to see if ABGA will present some surprises, or the governor of Imo State, being APC, will be able to provide some surprises. And if we keep our attention on Imo, the big numbers will be coming from Imo East, where you have 42% of the voter cards, followed by Imo West, where you have another 40% of the voter cards. In other words, between Imo East, 2.3 million PVCs, 2.3 million PVCs. In the last election, among those that collected PVCs, less than 40% came out on election day 4 years ago. Will we have more than 40% of the 2.2 million that currently hold PVCs? We're not too sure. What we know is the commission has said it is ready for people to come out to vote across 4,720 polling units. How many of those that have picked up their PVCs as at 6 p.m. have voted? We're not sure, but what we're sure about is history will not change. History will not change. The present might change. And if you look at the history of Imo in 2011, it will provide some insights to you. In 2011, PDP not only won Imo, it won across all the local governments. It spared none to competition. ACN then scored second, less than 15,000 votes compared to 1.3 million votes that was declared for the PDP in 2011. What happened in 2015? And if you look at Imo in 2015, you see Idiato South. That is the only local government that APC won. PDP still held on to all the local governments across all the zones, but the APC was able to snatch Idiato South. In all, across Imo State, PDP scored 133,000 votes compared to APC scored 133,000 votes compared to PDP's 559,000 votes. But before we close, let's look at what happened in Imo in 2019. APC had picked another local government, Oru East. Yes, the PDP still won 334,000 votes in the last election compared to APC's 140,000 votes. But what we've seen in the last 2 presidential elections in Imo is APC gaining ground. Started with Idiato South, moved to Oru East. Will APC be able to grow its market share? Will PDP win any more local governments? Will win back any of these local governments? Or will a new party spring up surprises? Ayo, don't forget, a wise man once said, sometimes what you cannot see is more important than what's in front of you. Millicent.
Wise man. What about those personal comments? We would like to hear them.
No, we'll share that. I'll share that with you because we need to go to the other zones. What exactly happened in history in the Southwest, in the South, and across all the northern regions? We surely need to be able to look at history, look at the present situation, and let the voters determine what is likely going to be the results when the result starts coming out.
You have to tell us that Cassius Clay moment because I'm still waiting to hear it.
Again, Cassius Clay. On this day, 1964, February 25, underrated Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, who no one felt was going to win the election, win the fight, defeated Sonny Liston, predicting a lot of people wrong. Almost everybody had predicted Sonny Liston was going to win. In this election, whatever prediction you make, one thing is for sure, one heavyweight will kick the canvas.
Okay.
Your okay doesn't sound very convincing.
We'll surely be back.
No, it's actually
we'll surely be back.
a little concerning, if I can use that term, because it's not what we have seen in quite a while. But we have to thank you very much, Babajide Ogunsoro, data analyst. Thank you so much. And
we'll be seeing more of him.
We most certainly will be.
We've only done one of 6 zones. We will have to look at all the zones. And we'll also, as the elections results come in, we need to look at each of the states. A lot of surprises. But again, I'll still be with you to share some other thoughts beyond these facts.
Especially the ones you can't put on air, right?
That's true. We are here throughout the night on, the minute-by-minute updates on the general elections. We're going on a short break now.
Yes, we are. And when we return, there is more. Please don't go away. Stay with us for more.
Set to take the African continent and the world by storm. They are giants in every sense of the word, and they will bring entertainment that's just as big. Don't miss the first ever season of Big Brother Titans with 2 African giants, Niger and Nsamse, under Biggie's roof together. Big Brother Titans starts on Sunday, 15th of January on DSTV 198, GoTV 29, and African Magic. Headline sponsor, Bamboo, Flutterwave, and Lotto Star.
Become your best self with new and exciting data plans from 9 Mobile. Visit www.9mobile.com.ng or any of our 9 Mobile Experience Center.
9 Mobile, here for you, here for Niger.
What is really happening in Akamata Market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Me, I'm not afraid of that man.
Our most successful investors, our most inspiring bosses. In Nigeria, business is in our DNA. From micro business to startups to world-conquering brands. Every success story has something in common. They all started somewhere. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue.
One planet, our world.
200 countries, 500 cities of over 1 million.
8 billion people with your own story every day, every news day. We make sense of all the noise because you need to know what's important for you, your family, your business, and how it affects your story. Breaking news, the top stories,
all the sports updates as they come in,
and the very latest entertainment news from Nigeria and the world. Our stories are your stories.
From our headquarters in Lagos, Arise Newsday for 3 hours every day.
Make every day a news day.
Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in Nigeria's capital, Abuja, as we bring you special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential election, arguably the most competitive ballot in this country since the end of military rule. I'm Charles Anyegolu.
And I am Adesua Omoran. And over the next 3 hours, we'll be live with our correspondents across Nigeria, as well as analysts and commentators who will help bring us the highlights of this mammoth electoral event.
Dusk is approaching and the sun is setting on a hazy Harmattan day here in the Nigerian capital, Abuja. And across the country, darkness is slowly starting to fall on the tens of thousands of polling booths where millions of people have been voting or trying to vote to elect a new president and National Assembly. It's the biggest ballot in Africa and one of the biggest in the world, taking place in a country stricken by insecurity, shortages of cash and fuel, and a restive population. But even in the face of those challenges, millions have turned out eager to help this country find new leadership to replace President Buhari, who is stepping down after serving 2 4-year terms.
That's correct, Charles. Most polling units have now closed or will soon close, but there have been lots of reports of late starts, disruptions, and disturbances in a number of areas, with many people unable to cast their vote. The success or failure of this election matters not just to Nigerians, but to Africa and the world. So, should we be worried about the way things have turned out today?
just want to say that other years, INEC is aware that there has not been issue of cashless policy, the issue of movement and all that. It was very easy for people to get their polling units. But someone like us, I know yesterday, many of us couldn't access cash. Now that I came out with my condition to vote, and they are telling me that this is not my voting unit, and I don't even have a cash to move down to where I could vote. I want to say that INEC could have considered that.
Well, it seems seamless, only that with the news we got that they have delimited the units, we thought we were going to have less people at this polling unit, but surprisingly, we still have a place that is crowded. However, there are other units around that are vacant. There are no people there. We just thought that subsequently, INEC may be able to do better by trying to actualize the number of people who are supposed to vote in every unit, and to reduce all this stress.
And unfortunately, today, it has not been the way we expected it to be. Number one, the agents and the staff from INEC and the corpers they've been disorganized, no training, they've been disorganized. Number two, the ink for the thumb printing, there is no ink. I came here with about 6 pens, I've used 3. I decided I poured the ink from my pen inside that thumb printing. That's what people have been using here. Even not for the fact that I came with pen, I think probably would have stopped voting, which is not proper.
A lot of very frustrated people there.
I can't keep count of the number of incidences we've recorded from our correspondents across the country today, Charles.
It's quite extraordinary, really. But that's something we're going to talk about more, all of that in a moment. But first, since 1999, Nigeria has been dominated for the most part by 2 parties. The ruling All Progressives Congress, or APC, whose presidential candidate is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is 70 years old and who was the former governor of Lagos State, and the People's Democratic Party, or PDP, whose candidate is 76-year-old Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president who's making his 6th run for president. And in amongst these septuagenarians is a 3rd candidate, a mere stripling at 61, Peter Obi, standing as the Labour Party's candidate. And he's been campaigning strongly amongst young people. And there's a 4th candidate, Rabiu Kwankwaso of the New Nigeria People's Party, or NNPP, regarded by some as a disruptor of this 3-horse race. Here they are speaking to Arise News earlier today.
People, that is the only means whereby
they directed me to a classroom where I was always voting, and they tried to get my name. They couldn't get it there, and I was directed to the next point. And I was lucky, I went there and voted successfully. So I'm so happy about that. My only worry was that the election here started after 11. And it's rightly pointed out, we have thousands of people there. And not only that, immediately I finished voting, the machine went bad. And now they are struggling to repair it. And only God knows when it will be repaired. And even if it is repaired, because of the time it takes for one person to vote, from my personal experience, it will take a lot of time, to the extent that I hope the staff will be patient enough to ensure that everybody votes in that particular place. And maybe this is not an isolated case. Maybe it's a similar thing elsewhere. And one other problem that we have in the NNPP is that NNPP is not written on the ballot paper. It's only the logo, and the logo was not looking good. You cannot understand anything. And that's why in some places they are saying, especially in Kano, when they go, they tell them to ask for Kwankwaso's party, or here we call it in Hausa, a party logo, fruits.
So is that peculiar to the NNPP, or just a poor delivery by INEC? How would you describe this?
I think we only know ourselves. I don't know of others. PDP, APC have been there for a long time. They are participating. They perfected. And PDP is written, APC is written, but ours, NNPP, is not written. So I want to appeal to our supporters, wherever they are in this country, to be directing our voters, to tell them that, look, you go and ask, because many people are not used to crowd, especially women who are always in Pada.
presidential candidate of the NNPP, Rabi Musa Kwankwanso, with our correspondent Benga Ashiru earlier today. Well, for a situation report on how the election process is going in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, let's turn to Arise News correspondent Chinaza Samuel. Chinaza, thank you so much for being on the ground there. Where exactly are you and what's happening there?
Okay, hi Adesua, hi Charles. I'm standing in polling unit 007. It's just by the National Library of Nigeria. It's one of the biggest polling units in this area where voting is still ongoing. Just behind me here, you see some voters still on the queue waiting to cast their vote. Now that's as opposed to what the INEC chairman told us, that voting will end by 3. And of course, I inquired to find out why voting is still going at this time when sorting and counting should be ongoing. But of course, they explained to me that the INEC officials arrived this polling unit late, and they insist that no one will be disenfranchised. But for the persons who were able to vote, the process was smooth. So I'm going to be talking to some of them, and they'll share with us what their voting experience is like. Okay, so for our viewers who are watching, can you tell us what the voting experience is like for you?
Well, it went smooth. There is no problem. We coordinated ourselves. Everything went smooth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Were there any case of vote buying or selling in this area?
No. We have nothing like that here. Here is very peacefully. We coordinate ourselves, and everyone is eye of everybody. Everyone is eye of everybody. So we coordinate ourselves. There's nothing like that.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have someone else who would also share his experience with us. Good evening, sir. Could you share your voting experience in this polling unit with us?
In this polling unit, it is peaceful.
Okay.
There's no violence. There's no ballot snatching. So I voted early in the morning, but I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for the vote to be counted so that I know that I've done it.
Okay.
So we're taking our country by force, by fire, by force. We're taking it back.
Mm-hmm. We also have persons who are yet to vote, and they'll be sharing their experience as well. Yes. Oh, okay. So let's have your experience. You're yet to cast your vote.
Yes, I am.
What are your expectations?
Well, I hope for a new Nigeria, and our polling vote went well, except for some issues with the distribution. We are quite many in here, so I helped in arranging the people. We had to do a list, and I'm expecting good things. I'm going to be the last on the list, and we have about 10 more people who should be done. Well, just to advise INEC, next time, I think they should do a better distribution. There were too many people in some polling booths, and there were very few in some. And so some people finished very early, and some people are finishing late. And there are no provisions for lights. So we have to get our lights now to be able to count, because everybody wants to know what the result is.
Okay. Well, that's the situation here at polling unit 007 in Area 2, Abuja.
Thank you so much, Chinaza Samuel, Arise News correspondent on the ground there. Well, the frontline presidential candidates speaking earlier to Arise News, and those men who are asking Nigerians to give them votes have themselves voted. We'll hear from some of them later in this broadcast. Charles.
Absolutely. But now to our analysts who've been keeping an eye on all the developments across Nigeria today. And to help us assess the day, we're joined now by the constitutional and human rights lawyer, Clement Nwankwo, who's also the executive director of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center in Abuja and was the convener of the Civil Society Situation Room, which monitors Nigerian elections. And from our off-site studio, we're also joined by the policy strategist, Arise News analyst, and founder and executive director of Agora Policy, Waziri Adio. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us. And let me come to you first, Clement, just starting with the logistics of this. More than 87 million voters out there trying to vote, an enormous thing to get right in a country such as Nigeria. And predictably, it's gone wrong in several places. You yourself were not able to vote.
I still haven't been able to vote, and I am keeping an eye on what's going on. Voting is continuing. I am registered to vote right in the middle of Nigeria's capital city, Abuja, in Asokoro, which is right in the center of Abuja. It's 3,000 people on one polling unit, which is unusual. And I am number 784.
Good God.
Waiting on the queue to vote.
Voting started very late this afternoon in this particular polling unit, and indeed across several polling units in Abuja. But I've also been getting reports with the situation room, the civil society situation room. We've been getting reports from across the country. And a lot of the indication is that a lot of polling units opened late. The information we have and the statistic we have indicate that only 33% of polling units across the country opened close enough to the opening time. As at 2:30 p.m. today, when we were supposed to have poll close, we've only had we still have about 33% of voting polling units not opened as at 2:30 today. So I think that for a lot of people, and we've issued a lot of reports about elections in this country, right from 1999 to date. Logistics has always been an issue. Two things, particularly logistics, which means the preparations by INEC, and also collation. So we are going to the next stage, which is collation, and everyone is keeping an eye open for that. But that has also been a challenge with Nigeria's elections. And when you look at what is lying ahead, we've seen reports from across the country. There are concerns about voter suppression, about intimidation of voters. In some states, we've received an incredible number of reports from Lagos State. We've received lots of reports from Imo State, which has been a constant challenge for Nigeria's elections, and across several states of the country. In Kogi State, all of these are concerns that we all have. But you would expect that if we had an electoral act, a new one, made 2022, signed by the president, there was enough time for us to prepare for this. Dates for elections were announced, and INEC indicated preparedness. I think it's a huge disappointment in terms of these logistics failures. Bayelsa has got its own issues. River State has got its own issues. So it's a bit puzzling for us why this should be a major concern at this time.
Okay. To Waziri Adio, let me bring it into the conversation. The INEC chairman has briefed Nigerians twice today. At the last briefing, he did mention some of these issues Mr. Nwankwo has mentioned, including postponement of election in Bayelsa State because they could not hold. But he also mentioned the Electoral Act, Waziri Adio, Section 3, subsection 3 of that Electoral Act 2022. One of the major amendments there was for INEC to receive funds at least 1 year before the elections. When you look at the delays in most of these polling units today, it was as a result of late starts by INEC itself. Would you say this is justifiable given that they've been giving, or they were supposed to be giving funds at least 1 year to this election?
Yes, we have to acknowledge one of the major provisions of the Electoral Act, which is that they should have their fund a year in advance so that they can take care of all the things that they need to take care of. The thing to be seen is whether they got all the money that they should get at the time that they should get it. That is one. The second thing is that we should also not. By the way, they have all the time, like Mr. Clement Nwankwo said, to plan and to get it right. So it's a bit puzzling that in some places, in most places, the officials didn't turn up on time. My own polling unit happens to be Gaines Village, also in the heart of Abuja here. The INEC officials didn't turn up until around 10 a.m. and voting is still going on there, by now. My own tally number was number 1,366, right? And of course, there was also rain, which also disrupted voting at some point. I've not voted up to now. But at the same time, we need to acknowledge that this is a huge logistic exercise, and most of these things are also out of the control of INEC. Most of the staff are ad hoc staff. The security is out of INEC's hand, and all of that, So I think I've also seen an interim report by the CDD, situation room, and they said that the time as at 8:30, about more than 80% of the INEC officials across the country reported for duty. But there are also some places where you have figures like 10%, you have like 20% and all of that. So it's good to take it in, to have a holistic view and not use the outliers, to define the process. And of course, there are also provisions for what should be done when votings do not start on time, when voting does not start on time, and also when voting is disrupted. So let's see how it goes from here, and let's keep hope alive.
Right. Okay. Stay with us, Waziri. Let me come to you, Clement Nwankwo, because, I mean, there were concerns, for instance, I mean, you mentioned Imo State in the southeast. We've heard of a number of other incidents across there. There were concerns that people in the southeast might not come out to vote because of the threat of intimidation. What's your assessment of the turnout in that region? I mean, you've got your sort of contacts and observers across Nigeria.
I'm surprised with the reports that we're getting from the southeast. People were out as early as 6 a.m., 5:30 a.m. The queues were long. People were waiting. We got a report this evening in the Situation Room of people who had been out at 6:30 a.m. this morning, only just getting to vote at about 5:30 p.m. this evening. The threat by IPOB obviously has been ignored by a lot of people who came out very determined to vote. We've seen a whole lot of people daring the weather conditions, daring the threat of insecurity, and saying whatever it takes, they will come out and vote. And I think that whatever it is that has happened today or is happening right now, the determination of Nigerians to turn out incredibly to come out and vote shows how much people want to see change happen in this country. So I think it's positive they turn out. The challenge for people are the challenges of logistics that have seen them wait incredibly long periods in queues. In the last election in 2019, in several of the polling units, it was right on time. People voted at 2 o'clock. People had finished voting. Collation had started in some places even. I really worry that this is not the case this time.
Well, Waziri Aduru, I appreciate the fact that you stated earlier that this is a mammoth election, and 87 million people collected PVCs to vote. So we need to see the entire picture. But with a lot at stake, you would also agree that every vote counts for all of the candidates involved in this election. Would you say so far you have seen enough to set this election apart from what we've seen in previous election cycles? We're talking about beavers being snatched, ballot boxes. I thought the days of ballot box snatching was over. We are hearing of ballot boxes being snatched, beavers being snatched. What do you make of those?
Well, let me say that I see early days, because, you get these reports in drips and pieces. And of course, the like I said, the outliers are the ones that will, excite a lot of interest, So, but one thing I can say for now is that there's a lot of Nigerians are really interested in voting, and that's a vote for faith and trust in the system. It's not just that we have 87.2 million people who have picked up their PVCs, but you also see, huge turnouts across the country. And like Mr. Nwankwo said, there are places you go to by 5:30 a.m., by 6 a.m. Across the country. People have turned up, and people are saying that whatever it will take, they will stay here and exercise their their mandates. So that is a positive to take from that. And the fact that you have technology does not mean that human beings will not try to be human beings, right? Politicians will not will stop being politicians. So what we need to look at is, to see the full picture. So do we have the people who are not able to vote on time, or the places where people didn't start voting on time? Do they still allow them to vote, right? And do in places where beavers machines are snatched, ballot boxes are snatched, Some of this have also been anticipated by the Electoral Act, right? So what do you do when things like this happen? So I don't think we should have any illusions that because you have a new act, because you have new technology, that there won't be incidences like this. There will be. It's what you do when those things happen that will make the difference. So the onus is now on INEC to make sure that the places where people couldn't vote on time or the places where people couldn't vote, they ensure that they vote and they make sure that all the votes count and are counted.
Yes, well, absolutely. And we're hoping to cross over to Asaba, the Delta State capital, in a hot second to speak to our correspondent who's there, Jemima Bolokor. Delta State, of course, the state of the vice presidential candidate of the main opposition People's Democratic Party. But we've still got Clement Nwankwo in the studio with us whilst we're waiting to make those technological connections that will get us across to Asaba. Apart from some incidents of intimidation, which you talked about earlier, have your people seen any evidence of any inducements of voters, such as vote buying?
We haven't quite seen, that hasn't been a major feature in terms of reports that we have been receiving. And for me, I think there must be something going on that we can't see, given how much people were upset by the currency recoloring or redesign as it is. But the major concern has been really intimidation, where people, by reason of geographical location, may have been targeted to frustrate their voting. That's been a major situation in Lagos, and we think it's a major issue for INEC to take very seriously to allow people to vote. There has been reports as well of some of the service providers for INEC who have delayed or not succeeded in supporting the ferrying or the delivery of election materials to specific areas. So all of these issues of vote suppression and intimidation are issues of concern for us.
And Charles, I think we do have Jemima Bolokor. We now have,
okay.
We can use the technology to cross over to Asaba, Delta State capital. Jemima, good to have you join the show. What's happening in Asaba, the Delta State capital, at this moment? Jemima, if you can hear us, what's happening where you are? Has voting ended?
Okay, hello everyone. This is Asaba, the Delta State capital in Oshibili South. So far so good. The process has been peaceful, aside from the disturbance of the rain. Back and forth, it has been a peaceful process here in Oshibili South. If you look right behind me, people are trying to still vote due to the disturbance of the rain, like I said earlier. And earlier, around 9:45 a.m. in Ikad North, where the vice presidential candidate of the PDP voted, he praised the electoral process for also a seamless and peaceful process. And also earlier we were in Anambra State, where the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, voted, and he's also commended the electoral process for a seamless and flawless process as well. Back to you.
And good to see you, Jemima. Let me ask you this. We're hearing that turnout in many places was unusually high, particularly among young people. What did you observe about that?
Yeah, the turnout in Ikad North earlier on, when we visited the governor's polling units, the turnout was very high. Also, the turnout in Oshibili South around here was very high. But we're yet to get information from central of Delta State and the south of Delta State for more information on the turnout. We'll follow up as time goes on. Back to you, Charles.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Jemima. Jemima Bolokor is a RISE correspondent, and she was talking to us there from the Delta State capital, Asaba. So we've got Clement Nwankwo here, and of course Waziri Adio. Clement, I suppose you could say that this is a day that you could say that things kicked off a bit late, with INEC gently easing into the voting process, to put it politely.
Well, with INEC, I don't know about gently easing, but INEC getting the stats in most areas. Indeed, when you have elections start very late, some of the voting started around 5 p.m. It means that you're going to have voting go deeper into the night. And I'm talking even of Abuja. Now, when this happens in more remote areas and more remote states and rural communities where electricity is absent and where insecurity reigns, then it's going to be a challenge how you would manage the voting materials, the ballot papers, the ballot boxes, even the individuals who are involved in the elections, how you'd manage the issue of security surrounding the individuals and the materials. And I think for us who are watching how this collation would happen, this is some sort of trepidation for us. Also looking at the fact that in some cases, INEC has already announced that it may postpone voting into Sunday. It's a question where if people have not finished voting, half the people on a voter's roll have voted. How do you manage the other half or the other population that haven't voted in the period? So all of these are challenges that is of worry at this time.
Well, I'm told that you've got to trot off, Clement, because I expect that you're still trying to, being the person that you are, making efforts to ensure that you do vote, although I suspect that you probably won't get to do it today. Is that something you think might still happen?
I am determined to vote, and I did go to that polling unit about an hour, 2 hours ago, and for me, it was amazing to see people in that rain determined not to move an inch because of the weather conditions. They were determined to vote. I am determined to vote, and if I don't vote today, it would be an issue for INEC to consider ensuring that all those who are not able to vote have the opportunity to vote, even if it means postponing to the next day.
Okay, Clement, for the moment then, thank you very much indeed. Clement Nwankwo is the constitutional and human rights lawyer. He's also the executive director of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center in Abuja, and he was the convener of the Civil Society Situation Room, which monitors Nigerian elections. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And you're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential election here on Arise News. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business with vote. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business with Vault.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer, pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
This our landlord and his wife happy fight for Africa, sha. Chai. No mind the man. With that in nose like our Market Square Junction.
Whoa. Una don't start this now gossiping again, Abi. Okay. Una met today at Akamata Community Square. They sell their votes to politicians for cool 5K. Una sit down here, the mumu una safe. It's all right.
Omo, make we sef go collect our own cash. Collect waiting. God forbid. So you want sell the next 4 years of your life for 5K, Abi? Well done. You sabi say this 5K now 4 naira per day for the next 4 years. Make una get sense now. Haba.
Na nonsense una dey talk. Make month end reach, make una no pay me my rent. Na that time una go see fire. Make una no dey listen to people like this landlord. Election no be business. Na your civic duty to your country to help elect the correct leaders them. We go fit create better life for us and no go get future for our children. Make you no sell your vote. Cause if you sell your vote, na your future you don't sell be that. This message now from the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
Here's a card when no go give you stress at all. Zero waiting, zero queue. First banking Petra card. Here's a card when no go give you wahala. Zero trouble now for you. First banking Petra card. Tell off the spoiler. Who won't break them? Where you want to say now only you get them. Nothing fit to one. Chop, chop, give me another way. Swipe it, go, you know the way. Veteran card with the sweet body. Veteran card with no the shape messy. Put you first again. First banking, veteran card we put you first again. Generate your virtual card we put you first again. First banking, virtual card we put you first again. Just generate your virtual card.
Today, the Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program has trained over 1.5 million young African entrepreneurs. We have disbursed nearly $100 million to over 18,000 beneficiaries who have gone on to create over 400,000 jobs across Africa.
We need to do more for women in Africa. Empower a woman, you're empowering a whole society.
The Tony Elumelu Foundation gives access to a world-class business training and seed capital.
Thanks to the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program, we've been able to structure our business and operations, but also we got the funding and financial needs to concretize it and make it happen.
This is the impact we want to achieve at the Tony Elmelu Foundation. The Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program is sector agnostic. The only thing that is important to us is your ideas. The future of Africa is in your hands.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will conduct the 2023 general election using the bimodal voter accreditation system BVAS. On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intended voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate multiple voting, identity theft, or impersonation. The BVAS will guarantee one man, one woman, one vote. INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the Osiwa Africa Foundation.
This is the heart of the business world in Lagos, the commercial capital of Africa's largest economy.
These aren't just numbers. They represent our nation's sharpest minds, our most successful investors, our most inspiring bosses. In Nigeria, business is in our DNA. From micro business to startups to world-conquering brands. Every success story has something in common. They all started somewhere. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. Global Business Report gets to the heart of business. We bring you the stories making headlines across the globe with in-depth analysis from experts and executives.
This is not business as usual. This is the Global Business Report.
And you're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential election here on Arise News. I'm Charles Enyegolu.
And I am Adesua Omoruan. Voters in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, have been at the polls today in the race to succeed President Buhari, who served the maximum 2 terms. It's the most open race since the military left power in 1999. While to a considerable extent, young voters are seen as being key to the result of the ballot, bringing hope and the prospect of change to a country that suffered from years of economic stagnation, insecurity, and corruption.
Well, absolutely. To get a better sense of what's going on across Nigeria, let's go over to Yenagoa, the capital of Bayelsa State, where Arise correspondent Oviateme George is standing by to give us an update. Good to see you, Oviateme. Just tell us what information you've collected so far about how this election has been going on in Bayelsa State, where you are.
Thank you, Charles Aniagolu, and of course, Adesua More. Okay, the situation right now is that some persons in some communities have not been able to perform their civic duty due to the late arrival of materials. You know, Bayelsa is a bit complex, a state that is arguably 70% water, so you have to go through the creeks, the rivulets, and the hinterlands to deliver materials. And of course, security has always been a major concern. But that was not the only situation. Even in the upland, Yenagoa local government area, Kolokma Pokuma, materials arrived late. Earlier on, I saw Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Nigeria's former president, cast his ballot quite late, and he made this observation about materials coming in late. But this is the latest development. 4 wards in Yenagoa local government area, voting could not take place. It has been postponed, actually. Now, Bayelsa may be in the news for all the wrong reasons at this point in time, but a bit of good news is that 40 out of the 141 polling units, the materials are intact. And so elections will take place in 40 units in Yenagoa local government area tomorrow, that is Sunday. Now, what was actually the problem? It was observed that there were shortfalls in the ballot papers and other materials for the House of Representatives election. And that was where political parties had dissenting voices, and they were actually protesting that it will not go on. And that, by extension, affected the presidential election and also the senatorial election. If you say senatorial election, you're talking about Bayelsa Central Senatorial District, comprising Yenagoa, Southern Ijo, and Kolokuma local government areas. So that's the situation here. Wards 4, 6, 8, and 14 were affected, but 40 polling units will witness election tomorrow. What about the 101 left? That is left for the Independent National Electoral Commission to give an update. Charles?
Indeed, Obiechime, I thought I had the INEC chairman say today that 141 polling units would be having elections tomorrow. He said the polls were disrupted. But bring us up to speed, because he did make a point about the materials being recovered and the election being rescheduled to take place today initially. However, he says that the core members, who are the ad hoc staff, express concerns about their safety, and so the electoral body decided to shift these elections to tomorrow when there will be enough security on ground. Obiechime, what has security been like in Bayelsa today?
Beefed up. Security has been top-notch, beefed up. On my way to Ogbea, first to Tweke, where the former president cast his ballot, and all the way to Opume. You will see policemen and soldiers. You must identify yourself before you go beyond that temporary barricade. As you're going up, you're seeing more and more. So far, it has been peaceful, but I haven't seen a security situation like this before in an election taking place in Bayelsa State. So it's been fantastic, I must say. Now, you talked about the core members who are the ad hoc staff expressing concern about safety, security, and they wouldn't go on. I would say that was very true. Now, look behind me. You see a lot of ad hoc staff. They are here. This is the Opolo Town Hall, which is the collation center in Yenagoa local government area. They are all waiting. So some are still not here yet, I understand, from Kolokuma local government area. So you see, there's a lot of problem in terms of logistics. Yes, the Independent National Electoral Commission may beat its chest and say, we are trying, but there's still more left to be done about safety, about security, and about getting it right. Imagine talking about ballot papers for House of Representatives being one of the reasons for the postponement in Yenagoa local government area. Is that good enough? Adeswa? I don't think so.
I don't think so as well.
Well, absolutely. And Obiechime George, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. And thank you for doing an absolutely sterling job down there. Obiechime George talking to us from the Bayelsa state capital, Yenagoa. And we still have in the studio with us the policy strategist, Arise News analyst, and founder and executive director of Agora Policy, Waziri Adio. Good to see you again, Waziri. Is it possible, as some have suggested, that where you postpone elections in some polling booths, the results emerging from other polling booths where voting took place might influence voting in places where the polls were postponed?
That's a possibility, but also that amounts to deny the agency of individual voters. I'm sure that anybody that goes to the poll will have made up their minds who they want to vote for. Of course, there's also the bandwagon effect, but I think that will be marginal in this case. The only complication will be in some instances where voting had started, right, and couldn't be concluded. So how do you secure the votes already cast, and do you count the votes in that polling unit when you are done? How do you guarantee the integrity of the ballot paper? So that will be some of the concerns. But something must be said, which is about the determination of Nigerians to make this work. So it's possible that the turnout might have overwhelmed INEC or maybe surprised them. But they still have the room to catch up and to make the necessary amendments.
Yes, I have to say on that note, Amora is going to come in a minute, but I have to say I was really impressed with the vigilance of ordinary people who seem determined to see the process through. I mean, I saw after voting in many places, people staying back and, to observe the counting and to ensure that the results are uploaded. And they were very emphatic.
Yeah, that has been there for some time, because if you go back like 3 electoral cycles, the idea of protecting your vote has been there for some time now, because people know that it's not just about voting, it's about the counting of the votes, and especially now where technology has been introduced to improve the process. So it's not just that you vote, you wait until the votes are counted, and the votes are now transmitted live. So because, there could also be some issues or some hanky-panky between the polling units and the collation center. So but with technology, the room for mischief has been
minimized, if not totally eliminated.
Yeah, of course. With human beings, there will always be the human element. And that's why there's also the room for seeking redress. People will always be people. But, whatever it is that's decided at the polling units, at the collation center, and even when ANEC announces the result, that is why there's a room for for those who feel aggrieved to seek redress, and you now get the courts to look into it.
Indeed, it's a process that doesn't end until a winner is declared, right? And in that process, there are lots of people, stakeholders involved in the chain, and it looked like even Mother Nature came into play a role today.
Yeah, I noticed it rained today, which is quite extraordinary.
Indeed,
really,
in Delta State, where from Jemima Boloko, the rain, disrupting in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where we are, the rain also played a role. But let's talk about the police security, which should have also played a role in these elections today. How would you rate security? Because that's important for the elections.
Well, let me admit that I'm based in Abuja, so I can only speak, to what I've seen. On my way to my polling unit, I met like 2 roadblocks by the police on the way, and they say, what's up? And I told them I was going to vote. I showed them my PVC, and they looked at it and they waved me on. So that is.
So you drove?
Yes, yeah, I drove.
Right,
I drove to the to my polling, and when you get to the polling area, you also see some security, some police presence there. And by the way, the one for the Gates Village is also in front of a police station, right? But this is something that is also very important. We have 176,846 polling units. Our entire police force, I don't think it's more than 250,000, right? So you can't have even 2 police officers, to one polling unit. So it's always going to be tough. Of course, there are also security forces that are supposed to back up the police.
Yeah.
But the police is the lead agency in this instance. But by and large, I think the performance that I've seen in Abuja, it's good enough. Also, since they can't be everywhere, and because of the number, they can also be overwhelmed. What would be very important is not to have police, a substantial presence of policemen in each polling unit, but the opportunity for rapid response. So if there's an incident,
the key.
If there's an incident in a particular place,
absolutely,
how long does it take?
Absolutely,
for them to respond when there's a distress call. So that is very important. And
absolutely.
I think in some places, even in Lagos, where I think there was a particular place in a part of Lagos,
we saw,
right? Things were disrupted, but eventually order was restored.
But I mean, we saw the fact that people they call generally hoodlums in Nigeria. I mean, they were making off with Beaver's equipment in some parts of the place, and beyond just being generally disruptive. I mean, what's the idea behind that? What are they going to do with the Beavers?
Well, you see, the thing is that based on the process we're using now, you can't be accredited without a Beavers machine. And the Beavers machines are polling unit specific.
Right.
That is what I think, right? So people try to play games, So if you think, for instance, that you are not going to win a particular place, so it's one of the devices of vote repression, right? But there will be stuff like that. The most important thing is that how does the police respond? How does INEC respond, right? So I don't think, and also let's bear in mind, if Beavers machines were snatched, I don't think that happened in majority of cases. That is just a few instances. And I want to believe that INEC will have a backup situation, a backup arrangement where if something goes wrong, either it's snatched, it malfunctions, or something happens, they should be able to, respond quickly. So things will always happen. In this kind of stuff, is a huge logistic enterprise, right? And assume that things will always go wrong. So, but when things go wrong, what do? That is what will be key.
Well, the INEC chairman did say that BVAS has given a good account of itself when he briefed Nigerians for the second time this evening. But I wanted to ask you about those areas where there have been disruptions during these elections. How does INEC determine who goes back to vote? Does INEC cherry pick? What does the law say exactly about that? Because now we know in Bayelsa, some polling units will vote tomorrow because there were disruptions and core members said, they're not safe enough. They don't feel safe enough to return. In Edo State, it was suspended due to the omission of a political party in some areas. So how does INEC determine, which areas we're going to have these re-elections tomorrow? How they cherry pick these areas?
I think it will be based on the incidents reported, right? Like in Bayelsa, they mentioned, 4 wards, I think 40 polling units, which is quite substantial. That's about, if you're talking about 140, you said you had 141.
I thought I had that.
The correspondent said, 40 out of 141. Whatever it is substantial enough. I think INEC would notify them about, okay, we need to have fresh election in these places. The only problem will be where a few people have voted. Would they need to vote again? How are you going to secure, the ballots that have been cast? The other thing also is that, if like in my polling unit, more than 1,500 people turn up today. Let's say, for instance, hypothetically, let's say they cancel that. Can you guarantee that the same number of people will turn up tomorrow? So that those are issues. But definitely there will be hiccups. And by the way, we also need to acknowledge this. In previous electoral cycles, we've had situations where elections were postponed, days to the election, and sometimes even hours to the commencement of the election. In this particular year, we haven't seen that. So that we should give, a thumbs up to INEC on that. But we shouldn't give them a total pass, right? Yes, they've come up against some challenges, including the elements. Who would have thought that they would reign Abuja today, right? But like I keep saying, is that things will happen. How you respond is the retest of your preparedness.
Waziri, thank you very much indeed. And I hope you'll be able to get to vote, because obviously that's really the bottom line, isn't it?
I hope so too.
And Waziri Adio is a policy strategist, a Rise News analyst, and founder and executive director of Agora Policy.
Thank you so much. You're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential and parliamentary election here on the Rise News. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
What is really happening in Akamata Market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba! Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
Me, I'm not afraid of that man.
Me too.
What can you really do?
I hope you people are discussing about paying me my rent.
Oga landlord, calm down. We are discussing about the upcoming elections.
Nonsense. Don't tell me to calm down. Your mates are at the Akamata Community Square selling their votes for 5,000 naira. But you are here doing what I don't know.
Oga landlord, do you know that 5,000 naira spread over the next 4 years is just 4 naira per day? Is this what we should sell our votes for? God forbid.
Oga landlord, wise up. We must vote in the right people this time, instead of selling our votes to people who have nothing good to offer our community.
That one is your business. You ladies better go and collect yours. If that will help you gather my rent at the end of the month. Do not listen to people like this landlord. Election is not a business venture. It is your civic duty to your country to help elect the right leaders who would create a better life for you and a great future for your children. Do not sell your future. Do not sell your vote. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years, from loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
Welcome to the Airtel side of life, where you're covered in a variety of reliable ways. Get a router for just 10,000 naira with up to 240 gigabyte, or this MiFi for 7,500 naira with up to 150 gigabyte, or this for 5,000 naira with up to 125 gigabyte bonus data. More data, more you. Reliable home broadband by Airtel, the smartphone network.
My name is Abdurrashid Bawa, the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I want to use this medium to urge all Nigerians to eschew all manner of electoral fraud, either through vote buying, vote selling, or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us all be committed to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms at official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. protect it.
This is the heart of the business world in Lagos, the commercial capital of Africa's largest economy.
These aren't just numbers. They represent our nation's sharpest minds, our most successful investors, our most inspiring bosses. In Nigeria, business is in our DNA. From micro business to startups to world-conquering brands. Every success story has something in common. They all started somewhere. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. Global Business Report gets to the heart of business. We bring you the stories making headlines across the globe with in-depth analysis from experts and executives.
This is not business as usual. This is the Global Business Report.
One planet, our world.
200 countries, 500 cities of over 1 million.
8 billion people with your own story every day, every news day.
We make sense of all the noise because you need to know what's important for you, your family, your business, and how it affects your story. Breaking news, the top stories,
all the sports updates as they come in,
and the very latest entertainment news from Nigeria and the world.
Our stories are your story.
From our headquarters in Lagos, Arise Newsday for 3 hours every day.
Make every day a news day.
You're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential election here on Arise News. I'm Charles Enyegolu.
And I'm Adesua Omoruan.
Now, polls have closed here in Abuja and across Nigeria on a day that Africa's most populous nation has been choosing a new president. Millions of Nigerians have been voting in a ballot that's seen as the most competitive presidential election since military rule ended. President Buhari is stepping down after serving 2 4-year terms, and 18 presidential candidates are vying for the top job, though 4 of them are thought to be the front runners.
Well, for more, we are delighted to tell you we have been joined in the studio by Amina Zachary, who is a former INEC National Commissioner. And in our overflow studio, we have Arise News analyst, Dr. Constance Ikoko. Thank you both for joining us on the program.
And thank you very much indeed. You were, of course, a former national INEC commissioner. What's your assessment of your former officer's performance today?
Well, I think the election went well in most of the places. There was a lot of hitches in terms of arriving early for the polls, and this has to do with logistics, and I think it has a lot more to do with the kind of vehicles and the arrangements they make for logistics, which has always been the National Union of Road Transport Workers, and sometimes they don't deliver as required, as at the time due.
But surely you must have known this. I mean, you were there. I mean, you've been at that place for 10 years. You've left now, of course, but these things must have occurred over and over again.
Yeah, they've been occurring over and over again because of the level of suspicion in the country's polity. If INEC was allowed to use a lot more vehicles, maybe from the government agencies like the transport associations, where we have larger vehicles, like the OMTCO vehicles in Abuja can actually deliver up to 10 polling units at the time. that could do well. But because of the level of suspicion in the country, they are forced to use the NURT drivers, which sometimes do not have enough vehicles. When you do the logistics, there's 170,000 polling units with an average of 4 staff. If you do the numbers, you'll find that the sheer number of vehicles required over the country are so many that definitely they cannot be delivered in most of the states.
And Dr. Ikoko, let me bring you in. It's the 7th consecutive election Nigeria is having since return to democracy. Should we still be discussing challenges of logistics now?
Very good question, Adesua. When you look at what has been happening today throughout the country, I mean, it has been mixed news. Some are very elating, some very disappointing. So for instance, you have people that showed up at the polling units by 6:30 a.m. They drove from home very early in order to get there. And the INEC officials did not show up till 11 a.m., sometimes 11:30 a.m., which is not, which is not very good. And then you have people who came there. They were told that their names are not at that particular polling unit, that they have been transferred, meaning they have to start running up and down. And then there are other places where some of the INEC officials failed to turn up with the ballot boxes for the presidential race, or the ballot papers instead for the presidential race. And that was an excuse given to people. You also had other places where there was a lot of lack of organization. It was disorderly. In some places, there was orderly conduct. So we should not be talking about all of this kind of glitches and challenges by this time. We should have overgrown this. We had 4 years to prepare for this election in 2023. I think we shouldn't be hearing about this at this time. Some of the INEC officials also did not show some level of professionalism. So when questions were asked about what was happening, even by reporters, they refused to say something, to respond, we could see. And then the other thing that I would like to add quickly is that citizen journalism has been very helpful during this election. I mean, apart from we reporting from the mainstream media and news organizations, you could pick up your phone. A lot of people were sending videos live from where they were. They were reporting themselves, telling you when they arrived, telling you where they were in the queue. I knew people who went by 6:30 a.m. By 4:30 p.m. was when they were able to vote, because the voting did not start early. So we're hoping that after this election, we should not be seeing this again. But as you can see, we have news reports, not only from reporters, but from the citizens. And this is very useful in order to understand what is going on in different parts of the country.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Dr. Ikoku there. And Amina Zakari, you heard some of that. I mean, as we said, not to put you on the spot, but you were at INEC, so you can give us kind of the inside track on what goes on there. How would you react to some of the things that Dr. Ikoku just said?
Well, some of them are really not excusable, like starting an election well after 12, because INEC has, since 2011, has designed what we call racks, the registration area camps, where the ad hoc staff are supposed to be camped at night. It brings them closer to the polling units. But you find still in some states, due to security concerns, these racks are not activated. And INEC should have been really on top of the situation to understand the number, to know the number of racks that were activated, and we'll know when to anticipate delays. And we can actually, INEC could, I'm no more in INEC anyway, INEC could actually begin to tell people that this number of racks have not been activated, expect delays in so-so states, and so the technology can take care of that. We've gone way beyond certain manual things. This can be done technologically. People can know that their voting will not commence at 9 because their rack was not activated. And we have ways and means of tracking through the election management systems. However, INEC needs to be more transparent about the findings of the tracking. If we've tracked that ballot papers are not complete in a certain state, we should be able to come clean and tell people that your ballot papers are not available for tomorrow's election. Maybe you carry on to Sunday, or you may start your election late because your ballot papers are coming later. All these things can be done. There's enough technology in the system and in the situation room of INEC to be able to track and give information on these incidences.
Indeed. And just to say that there's nowhere in the world where you have 100% perfect elections. But like you said, some of these logistical challenges we're seeing today are inexcusable. But we cannot also say we've had an election without it being inclusive. And Amina Zachary, I want to ask you this question because we do understand you've been working with people with disabilities. And I wonder what you noticed today during the exercise, the elections. How inclusive would you say this election was where you monitored?
Well, I'm here representing the Albino Foundation, Africa. I came to the situation room. The Albino Foundation has been working assiduously to ensure there's data for persons with disability, and INEC has also been working on inclusivity. I particularly had been a champion of inclusivity in INEC. We with the Albino Foundation and other persons with disability groups, we were able to come up with the poster for persons with hearing disability. We were able to design assistive ballot guide for persons, for blind people. And we also have been providing magnifying glasses for the albino people, persons with albinism. And this, for the first time, we were able to get data of persons with disability per polling unit so that there could be strategic deployment of assistive guides to those persons at the polling units. And the Albino Foundation, for the first time, also has been able to deploy observers to about 273 polling units to be sending live information on issues affecting persons with disability, like access to balloting, assistance, politeness, whether they were given preference to vote, whether they were even able to vote. And then there are other issues like whether the BVAS was working at that polling unit. So we've been getting live feeds in the situation room, and we've assessed it, and we've come out with a report, a preliminary report of our findings. And then at the end of the day, when all the 700 observers we deployed to the field come back, we'll have a robust final report on inclusivity matters in this election.
Right. Well, thank you very much indeed. I mean, that's obviously a very important aspect of this election, and that's a measure of how advanced a country is, the way that people living with disabilities are able to participate in elections such as this. Let me come to you, Dr. Constance Ikoku, because, I mean, you've been keeping an eye for us across the country, talking to different people, some of the election monitors, the situation rooms, and all the rest of it. One of the big issues in this election that's raised concern has been the question of security. I mean, I don't understand why, despite the apparent deployment of soldiers, police, Department of State Security, or state services, you know, civil defense and all the rest of it, all these disruptions have been taking place. I mean, what's your assessment of the security presence across this country?
Well, as I said earlier, it hasn't been a uniform report across the country. So in urban areas, we have seen the presence of security officers. In some states, there has been chaos, a little bit of confusion. So for instance, in Rivers State, in Lagos State particularly, a bit in Kogi State, and I think in Bayelsa, as our reporter on the ground sent us a report. In so many other parts of the country, it has been relatively peaceful. People were able to go out, stand in the queues if it meant standing in the queue for the whole day, because even as we speak right now, there are people that are still waiting to vote. Why? Because the INEC officials did not turn up early. And then in addition to that, I think that the polling units, some of the polling units had so many people that I know in Abuja here, some of their polling units were over 1,000 people. So they had to wait longer hours. So it has been generally peaceful. Of course, we do not have enough security officers when we count the number of people we have in Nigeria. Our population is over 200 million people, and I don't think we have up to 100 million policemen. Of course not. So you would have a bit of challenge. But I think that they have also deployed security strategically to places perhaps that they are needed most. For instance, Lagos State, to urban centers where we have a lot of people, Kano State, Katsina, and other areas. So we have been able to manage that so far. I haven't seen reports of sporadic, terrible violence. The elections have been going on okay as we speak.
Amina, I want to bring you back into this conversation because you do have insights as to how elections work in Nigeria. I haven't been a part of the electoral body. Would you say, higher registered voters equal higher turnout? And I'm asking because we've seen an additional 9 million plus registered for this election. A key demographic of that number, Nigerian youth. Is it too early to talk about the turnout in this election today? What have you noticed?
Yeah, I think it's too early, and I had gone to vote, and my polling unit, I wasn't comfortable with the number I saw. And I've seen some reports coming in through the Twitter, and I see certain low numbers. So I'm not convinced the hype and the number of persons that collected the PVC will actually translate into higher turnout. But we'll wait to see. We hope to cross the 30 million number. I'm not sure we could go so far.
Right, and let me stay with you, Amina Zakari. We'll come to Dr. Constance Ikoku in a minute, but I mean, again, you've got that inside track. What about, obviously there were disruptions in some polling units in different parts of Nigeria, but what about in those places where there was no disruption? What are you hearing about the counting of ballots and the uploading of results? Because I wonder if we have any sense of when we might get a result. Is it likely to be earlier than usual because of the new technology-driven voter system?
I'm not sure it will be earlier than usual because they have two streams of collation officers, one collating just the presidential so that it can be quickly done with, while the other stream will be collating the senatorial and the House. However, we can't really say we're going to get an earlier than usual because it's still the same system, the same manual input at the collation center, and we still have to wait for the recs to come into Abuja individually to deliver the results with the returning officers. So I think if we get it early, maybe Tuesday night. I'm not saying this on behalf of INEC, but from experience, knowing the terrains in Nigeria, because you still have to collate from every ward, every RA to local government, then to the state level, then fly into Abuja and deliver the results. So I think Nigerians should be patient. We are doing better than a lot of countries. We've gone for observation in countries where it's after we came back to Nigeria, the results are actually finalized, audited, and released officially. But you may get unofficial results, but it doesn't happen in Nigeria. The results have to be official and certified at the end of the election.
Indeed. And Dr. Constance Ikoku, I want to ask you the same question I asked Amina Zakari a moment ago. Do you think that because we have highest registered voters so far, we're likely to see highest registered, voters come out this summer? I'm talking about voter apathy that has been a part of our election cycles. Do you think we may be seeing a shift? Are we bucking that trend?
Well, it doesn't follow that when you have a high number of registered voters, that they will actually turn out on election day. Having said that, in this election, we are seeing massive turnout. I mean, I live in Abuja and I've been talking to people. I went around to some polling units and there were a lot of people queuing and waiting patiently. I mean, from morning till evening, people are still waiting to vote. So I think that during this election, Nigerians want to send an incredibly powerful message that, you know what, we are tired. We really want to do something different. Whoever wins in this election, I think that they will be sending the message that we either want to go forward or we want to go backwards. So I think that at the end of the day, by the time the votes are tallied and the numbers start coming out, we might see that there has been a high number of turnout and across the country. And that is very good for Nigeria. That is really good for Nigeria, because it begins to tell politicians that you can no longer do what you used to do. I think this election will be a teachable moment for many politicians and for a lot of leaders in our country. It's going to say you can no longer be abrasive. You can no longer get a position and do whatever you like and go away with it and get away with it. People are going to be asking the questions. People are going to want to hold you accountable for whatever position you hold. So we're hoping to see that this election is a turnaround from the past. We're waiting for the results to come in.
Right, and Dr. Amina Zakari, I don't know if you've become a doctor quite yet, but if you are, then I certainly wouldn't have any problems calling you one. But I mean, we've got a couple of minutes left before we have to end the conversation and set you free, because I know you've got other things to do. But given your experience of spending the amount of time that you did, a decade at INEC, and being an objective person now, I mean, you don't owe INEC anything necessarily. Is it your sense that this poll has been generally compliant?
Yeah, it's normally compliant. It's been generally compliant, except for a few areas, and those areas where materials were not delivered on time. Certainly, there will be lapses. There will not be enough time for people to actually complete voting before maybe the young men get agitated to leave the areas. So for me, those areas that were peaceful and compliant are plenty, are many. We always get to hear problems from the fewer areas that had problems, but those areas that have problems may not necessarily comply as best as what we had in the good areas. And I'm hoping for a day that every time we go out for elections, it will be like a textbook, like what was written in the textbook. You tend to find that a lot of discrepancies, people take the instructions differently. You have to, even my poll unit, I had to correct the ad hoc staff because they were taking the instructions upside down. So basically, and this is because we change our ad hoc staff every 4 years. If only we can have a system where we have people that have done election over and over again, you'll find that within the next 3-4 cycles, there will be textbook type of election. Like in Ghana, they actually employ them from presiding officer, you grow to the next level. But in Nigeria, every time, everybody is new. You hardly find people that have conducted like 3 elections consecutively. Maybe they would have conducted an election as a student, then as a copper, and that's the end of it. So I think we need to remove that suspicious nature and begin to groom and train people that will be our election officials until we get it to a point that you have textbook kind of elections. We've seen textbook elections in certain countries where every polling unit behaved the same way because they've had training over and over again, and they've been ad hoc staff over and over again. So I think that's my take on this.
That's a very good point.
Indeed. I would thank you so much for sparing us this moment. Amina Zachary, a former INEC National Commissioner, and of course, our very own analyst, Dr. Constance Ikoku, for being with us on this segment.
And you're watching a special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential election here on Arise News with Adesua Omorwan and me, Charles Anyegolo. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back in a hot second. Stay with us.
is really happening in Akamata Market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you are broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it to.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Share.